Test, test. I will say this while we're waiting on technology. If you're here to speak on a piece of property, please move towards the front or be on the end of an aisle. And when we start talking about it, go ahead and start coming to the front. And there's plenty of seats here. They say reserved, but you can sit on this front row. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call this special meeting, D&D meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Our invocation is going to be by Bob Weger.
Let's pray. Father, we're so thankful for your word reminds us in Jeremiah 29:11 that you have thoughts of peace and not of evil towards us to bring us to that expected end. So, Father, as we meet today, once again, we ask for your guidance and your wisdom in making the decisions for the best interest of our community. And we give you the praise in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right, thank you. Please call the roll. And thank you, Pastor.
Hankins. Smith. Here. Chapman. Gill. Yes. Hampton. Weeger. Williams. Present. Warren.
Quorum is present. Unfinished business, item number 1. Adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 1722 Northwest Cache Road and 4006 Northwest Meadowbrook to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. John.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Property at 1722 Northwest Cache Road, Ward 2, has broken windows and doors, damaged siding and trim, inactive water since 1/12/2018. We initially brought this to council on 1/28/2025 and originally posted on the property on 1/15/2025. We have spoken to the property owner on this address, and his intentions are to have it demoed. Any questions?
Okay, and we've already held the public hearing, so we just need a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Move to approve the resolution declaring the structure on the property as a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Do you have a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote. Well, welcome to the world of technology. We'll be with you shortly. Vote up here. Okay, 6-0, motion carries. Now brings up 4006 Northwest Meadowbrook. John?
Oh, you want me to read it?
No.
Oh, you okay, go.
4006 Northwest Meadowbrook Drive is located in Ward 3. The structure had a fire date of 10/25/2024. Fire damage throughout the structure. We initially posted on this property on 2/10 of 2025. Original council date was 2/25/2025. When we went out there to take this new picture, we did see that the owner has been working without a permit to remove the roof. Questions?
Okay, and we've already held the public hearing on that as well, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, sir, would you like to speak?
Yes, please.
Need your name and address.
Jason Cochran, 1362 Southwest Airport Road, Cache, Oklahoma. Yes, I am. Yes.
Tell us.
Pardon? Oh, during the windstorm, more of the roof blew off, so I hauled a dumpster in and was cleaning more up. And my guy, when he came out, he was taking down some of the joist on it. So I didn't think I had to have a permit for debris. He says I do. So I went to pull one, and there's a hold on the property. That's probably because when Team Challenge went out to secure some windows, there's a $444 bill on it. However, when they did that, they screwed it. Currently, the insurance is not paying for the brick for it to come all the way down, for the brick or the windows. They screwed the plywood directly to the windows, painted it after it was up, and now painted my brick. So now I owe $444, and there's a lien on it, which will not let me get the demo permit, but yet my property's damaged. Now, hopefully, we're still in the process. I'm meeting the structural engineer out there in the morning, and that should be the last piece of the puzzle for us to go back to the insurance company. And hopefully, they're going to let us take it down, at least to the slab.
Are you saying the vendor who put up the plywood at the city's order damaged your property?
Yeah, I got pictures if you want to
Let me see.
see pictures. They
was the vendor, John? King?
He said Teen Challenge. Yeah, Teen Challenge.
Kids?
Okay, well,
Team challenge.
they're responsible for any damage they do. So, John, what are you recommending here? That we put this on the D&D so he can pull a permit and get to work?
Yes, sir.
Deal with the damage claim separately?
But I don't know what permit to pull. I may be taking out the fireplace, the walls, and everything else, and I'm not there yet. I really need to table it for another 30 days.
Staff recommendation is to put this on the D&D.
Okay.
And if that's the case, then...
Okay, sir, just a minute.
Sorry.
If we put this on the D&D, you have 6 weeks to pull a remodel permit,
Okay,
okay? Or your property will be torn down,
okay.
all right?
Okay.
Now, that doesn't mean it will be torn down immediately, but it means it's going out for bid,
Okay.
okay?
Let-
Do you understand the process?
I do understand the process. I would like to read this into the record, please. This is from the Delamo and Crow Law Offices. To whom it may concern, please be advised, I'm representing Vortex Roofing and Construction LLC, the owner of the property located at 4006 Northwest Meadowbrook Drive, Lawton, Oklahoma. As you're aware, the house was severely damaged by a fire. We're in the process of obtaining evaluations to submit to the insurance company to determine whether or not the house is a total loss. At this point, the insurance company does not think the house is a total loss. At this time, we cannot do anything such as demolish the house because that would be destruction of evidence, and the insurance company still needs to send representatives out to the house. Therefore, I would appreciate your consideration in removing the property from your list of condemned properties. If necessary, we can obtain a court order to stay the condemnation of the proceeding.
Well,
Please
that
let us
is,
know if this is agreeable.
can we see that?
You might add on there, if in fact you go ahead to pull the, if it goes on the D&D and you pull the permit and the city holds you up, we'll give you that, in other words, working this out, we will give you that additional time within those 6 weeks, or we should.
Okay.
If it's the city's fault, then they should get additional time.
But I don't want to tear, the delta is about a $40,000 delta that I'll be losing out if they need to come back and look at something and the structure's gone.
So, counsel, what the homeowner's saying is he does have a letter from a law firm saying they're representing the roofing company, Vortex Roofing Construction Company, the owner of the property. So I guess that's you.
Correct.
Okay. They're saying if we put it on the dilapidated list, they're consider looking at a court order to stay us and ask for an injunction. It's really the court's, it's really the council's pleasure. I mean, we've had the public hearing. It's up to the council if they want to allow additional 30 days or put it on the D&D. If it goes on the D&D, like the mayor said, the property owner has 30 days to get a permit to either
Business day.
to either get a permit to demolish or to remodel. If you get the permit to remodel, you have to make substantial progress on that goal. And so it's up to council
So
at this
how
point.
do we, because if this goes back and forth and then it gets into a bad faith lawsuit with the insurance company, I can't really have the structure gone. I don't know what to do
Here's
at
the
this point.
thing. Our job's public safety. Our job's not arguments with insurance companies. Whether you're having an argument with the insurance company or not, we've got a public safety issue we have to deal with.
Well, it's
Okay?
totally
Hold
secure.
on. So they may give you, I don't know what they're going to do if they're going to put it on the D&D and the clock starts ticking. And of course, you can always get relief through the courts. That's always an option to people. And we're fine if you do that.
Okay.
But our job is public safety. Now, you're at 5 months with the insurance company.
I am.
How long are we expected to wait on
'cause
you
I did
before we
not
deal
get-
with this? And how long are the neighbors expected to put up with
Oh,
this?
I agree. That's why, hopefully, I'm meeting the engineer out there tomorrow, and that should be hopefully the last piece. I didn't get anything from the insurance company until December 20th, is when I finally got my summary from them on what they were even going to allow.
Was this your property before the fire?
Yes.
You know,
Sir,
yes.
I don't understand why it's taking so long for the insurance company to come and decide what needs to be decided on your property. You have cleaned it up. I live 2 doors from you.
Yeah.
You've secured the fence, and I appreciate that. But it looks so bad in that neighborhood.
Oh, I
But,
totally
you know,
agree with that.
we've been going along with this for so long now that I'm very concerned about kids getting into that area, and just because it's abandoned and now you can see the framework inside. I mean, you've taken it down to the bones almost when looking at it.
There's only a little bit left to go on it, and hopefully they're going to allow that. Like I said, the structural engineer's coming out in the morning, and we'll get it going. And yeah, I don't know, like I said, I got their estimate on the 20th on what they're going to allow. And now we have to get our people to look at everything, to push back on them, and then they have the option to send someone back out.
Is the structural engineer going to do a report to give to the insurance company
Yes,
so that they can
correct.
make a final decision?
Correct. And
Okay.
then they'll have the option to send their own out, I guess, at that
Have you
point.
even talked with anybody lately with the insurance company as to a time schedule?
Pardon?
I know that insurance companies can take a long time. I'm involved with that now.
Right.
But I'm just saying, have you talked to them that once you get your report, they'll have a response
They're
soon?
going to look at that, and then they said that they'll have the option to send their people back out. And I don't know how long that is or exactly what that process is.
Have you
When
discussed
we get
with,
to the legal side of it,
have you discussed with them the challenges you're having with the city of
I
Lawton?
did. I told them I had a hearing with the city. You know, they said that they can't really do anything until they get the final, you know, what I need, what I'm saying that I need to have happen to the house. And I mean, because they just want to go from the top, play it up.
Okay, I move to give you another 30 days
Thank you.
to the second meeting in April? 22nd, April 22nd. And you better put a cattle prod to those insurance companies.
Okay, I will do it.
You've got to.
I'll second it.
Please vote.
Paul Broom?
Just a minute. Please vote. No, not with the person. The discussion is between us. Motion carries 6-0. And, all right, now we're moving to business item number 2. Tim?
Okay. Item 2, hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution declaring the structure at all secondary structures on the property located at 51 Northwest 25th Street, 55 Northwest 25th Street, 6117 Southwest Doolittle Avenue, 708 Southwest I Avenue, 710 Southwest I Avenue, 712 Southwest I Avenue, 902 Southwest G Avenue, 907 Southwest 7th Avenue, 909 Southwest 7th Street, 1002 Southwest Park Avenue, 1211 Northwest Bussey Avenue, secondary structure, 1214 Southwest G Avenue, secondary structure, 1414 Southwest I Avenue, secondary structure, 1803 Northwest 40th Street, 2111 Northwest Baltimore Avenue, 2613 Southeast E Avenue, 2615 Southeast E Avenue, 2714 Northwest 25th Street, to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code. Order the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorize the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance.
I'm going to have one correction there. It's 2613 Southwest E Avenue. You accidentally said southeast. I just want to clarify. Okay, I've got the list of people that are here, and we're not going to go in the order that's listed. We're going to start with 617 Southwest Doolittle Avenue. John?
There we go. 617 Southwest Doolittle Avenue is located in Ward 3. The structure had broken windows and door, damaged roofing, damaged siding. We do have vagrant issues on this property, inactive water since 6/28/2022, posted on this property on 3/12/2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir, give us your name and address, please.
My name is Tristan Jury. My address is 617 Southwest Doolittle Avenue. I've lived there since I was 16, 4 years now. We ain't had water for 3. We ain't heard from the landlord probably a month after we moved in. And that's my mom. I don't know what happened there, but I've lived there. And the windows, we don't have no broken windows. They're double pane. We have 2 in the front and only one side. It's 2 pane, you know, only 1 pane's broke. No air can get in or nothing. And our front door handle's missing. We got the bolt
Did you say you lived there?
for 4 years.
And you lived there without water?
Yes, sir.
You know, I think that's violation of city code, isn't it?
I've lived there since I
is.
was 16.
Well, John, what does have we given him a list of what he needs to do?
About, I say something?
Just go ahead.
Sir, on this one, we have not. We do have multiple calls of vagrancy issues. We have sent the property owner notice about having the property without water.
About a month ago, I had a paper that said I could pay the taxes off to own it, and that's what I was trying to save up to do.
Oh, wait a minute. You're not the property owner?
No, no, sir.
Are you squatting in the house?
My mom, we paid him a month's worth of rent 3 years ago, and then I don't know the story from then.
Okay, do you have anything else you want to tell us?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Councilwoman.
Council Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Have a second?
Second.
Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. That brings up 708 Southwest I Avenue. John.
708 Southwest I Avenue is located in Ward 5. The structure had broken windows and doors, damaged siding, damaged trim, vagrant issues. This property is actually located just south of a park and less than a block away from an elementary school. There are secondary structures on this property, inactive water since 10/11/2024, posted on this property on 3/12/2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on 708 Southwest I, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir, your name and address, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My name is Lawrence Street. I'm the owner of that property, 708 Southwest I Avenue. That structure you see there is gone. Matter of fact, when I saw the pictures, when I went to his office, I knocked it down. To make a long story short, the renter of that house is in rehab right now. And what he did when he left, he had somebody to watch his house. Didn't have a clue what was going on until I got a notice. In any event, that structure is now gone. The vagrancy issue I already got with the Long Police Department, and matter of fact, it's right here. And did the Trespassing Enforcement Authority, and they already know about it. Just give them a call, and they run them out of there. Currently, the house is being cleaned up, and I have the pictures to prove that. And the plans are to redo the house, get it back to where it used to be. Matter of fact, that was the best looking house over there at one time.
For the individual that has the car parked out in the parking lot out here with the dogs in the car, one of the dogs has got out and they're chasing people in front of City Hall. So please go and secure your animals. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead and finish.
In any event, that structure is gone. The vacancies, like I said, I got with the Long Police Department and got the trespassing signs, everything posted. I do have one person that's still there. He's helping to clean the place up, and he should be gone by this Friday.
Okay, let me ask a question. This structure that we're seeing this picture of is gone.
Yes.
Did you get a demo permit?
No, I did not. I think I needed one.
What am I supposed to do now, John?
So this was part of the main structure. This is another structure that was also on that property. So also the main structure still stands as well.
Okay. So your recommendation is still to put it on the D&D?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir, do you have anything else you want to tell us? Any new information?
Well, I'm gonna replace the windows, and those kinds of things, and the property right now hasn't been cleaned up, of course. And I have got with them the solid waste control and to get the dumpster.
Sir, what our desire is that the property be put back in serviceable condition
Yes.
and safe condition, okay? If we put it on the D&D, and I suspect the council will, then you or the owner will have 30 business days, which is 6 weeks, to pull a permit to start work on it, okay? Right. Anything else you need us to know?
No.
Okay, I think we understand. Anybody else want to talk on this item? I'm closing the public hearing. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
Motion and second, please vote. Motion carries 6-0, bringing up 710 Southwest I Avenue. John.
Hey, there we go. 710 Southwest I Avenue is located in Ward 5. This structure has damaged roofing, damaged siding, damaged trim, broken windows, vagrant issues. Secondary structure is on this property, inactive water since 12/18/2020. We posted on this property 3/12/2025, and this is another vagrant issue that is just south of a park and less than a block away from a school.
Mayor, can we skip to the next one? The lady that just ran out was here for this property.
Okay, we're going to go with 710 Southwest I. That's probably, is that the same owner?
She's the same one, yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to, 712, same owner?
710 and 712 are owned by the same person.
We're going to go to 909 Southwest 7th.
All right. 909 Southwest 7th is located in Ward 5. This property right here has a damaged roof, damaged and missing siding, damaged trim, broken windows and doors. We've been called on vagrant issues on this property. It has inactive water from 12/12/2024. We posted on the property on 2/10/2025. Any questions?
Okay, hold on just a minute. Are there any questions, council? Seeing none, I open the public hearing on this item. Come forward, sir, give us your name and address, please.
Yeah, my name's Shane Song. My address is 1411 Northwest Andrews Avenue, Lawton. I just bought this house. I'm an investment. I own like 13 other properties down here, and I fix them up. I was just working on the other issue. Like all those boards are already off. The doors are all exposed now, and I only had one broken window, and I got that boarded up, but I'm waiting on my window guy. You know what I'm saying? But I was just kind of working the insides, like just painting, like just doing spackling and staining the floors, and then I was going to get, to the outside. So I've just been doing this. So, I'm going to get all that fixed. But I was going to go pull permits to get that part of the roof's actually not leaking. So a lot of that stuff is just literally debris that I need to scrape off. Like the roof isn't leaking anywhere.
Okay, so it sounds like we have the same goal to get the house in serviceable
No, that's
condition.
I'm on the same page. That's what I do. I buy houses and I fix them up. I literally just bought this property 2.5 months ago.
Okay.
So I was working on my other one on Summit. So that's like 2 more days of work, and I can rent that one out. And then this is my main focus. This is the last one. That one, and there's also.
Okay, so don't talk about another one yet. So you do understand that if the council puts this on the D&D, you have 30 business days or 6 weeks to get a permit and start work, right?
Yeah, I was planning on doing that.
Okay, is there anything else you need to tell me about this?
No, nothing. Not really. The water running, because what is it?
Really, what's important is not those details. It's that you're going to work on it and we want you to. So
Yeah, that's
I think
what
we're going to get
we're on the same page here.
All right, is there anybody else that wants to come forward and speak on this? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated, a public nuisance, and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second. You got a motion and a second. Please vote. Is that my vote? It happened fast. Motion carries 6-0. Can I go back to 710 Southwest I?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.
710 Southwest I Avenue is located in Ward 5. This structure has a damaged roofing, damaged siding, damaged trim, broken windows, vagrant issues. There is a secondary structure on the property, inactive water since 12/18 of 2020, and we posted on the property on 3/12/2025. This structure with the vagrant issues is less than a block away from elementary school and just south of a park.
Questions? Seeing none, I open the public hearing. Ma'am, can you give us your name and address?
I'm just getting over pneumonia, so trying to hurry is Angelita San Augustine, and what else?
Your address.
For this is 710 Southwest I. I have two of them, 712 Southwest I.
Is that your residence?
Oh, no, 2315 Southwest J Avenue.
Okay, and what do you have to tell us?
The only reason they've been vacant since then is my dad passed away in 2017. I have never been back to them houses since then. He gave them to my boys. Each one of them got a house. They decide they don't want to pay attention. They want to be locked up, in and out, in and out. One of them hasn't been there since 13, 14 years. One gets in, goes out, gets in, goes out. He's in a revolving door. The other one has been gone for 5 years, I guess.
Really, what we need to know is about this house.
That's what I'm saying. Because I had never been over there to pay attention, the one that gets in and out always says that he's fixing them. So I don't go over there and look. Well, last year, when I moved out of the house I was in, 1105 Pennsylvania, I decided, well, I'm going to go start looking. So I went and started to clean the property because it wasn't even being cleaned. I get these notices that says it needs to be cleaned, and some guy that comes over there, I've never met him, but he always says the city wants these properties and we're going to get them. No, you're not, because, you know. So I started cleaning them, and I got to looking inside. Oh my God, yes, the insides, the floors are rotting, and we started demolishing them on the inside. Well, I never knew you had to have permits to do the outside. I found out you had to have a permit to do the outside, but then I was told you don't have to have permits to do the inside. So the inside's got floors, but the outsides don't. This one's going to have foundation lift because of the cracks on the bottom and the sidings.
So your goal is to get them back in livable conditions, serviceable
They got
conditions?
floors and stuff. We got floors. I got pictures of
Okay,
the floors
that's our
on the
goal.
inside.
That's our goal as well.
Yes.
And our job, as you've heard me say, is public safety.
I have to keep the windows blocked up because if they don't, these idiot people that I had to finally get off the property to keep them from walking back and forth through it. I can't keep anybody out of the back house because it walks through the alley.
Okay, we understand. And I want to tell you my condolences over the loss of your father. I know that's hard.
That what?
Condolences over the loss of your father. I know that's hard, but our job is public safety. My guess is the council will put them on the D&D. At that point, you'll have 6 weeks to get a permit so that you can do the work on them. But it sounds like that's your goal, so it ought to work out okay.
It's hard to get a permit. They're $600 each house. They're $500 and $600 for
Yeah,
each.
the permits are priced on the cost that it costs us to do the work that we have to do. Is there anybody else that wants to come forward on this item? I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second. Do I have a second? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0, bringing up 712 Southwest I. John? Ma'am, if you would let him have the microphone there.
Just 1 second, ma'am. 712 Southwest I Avenue, located in Ward 5. This structure right here has damaged roofing, a collapsed chimney, damaged and missing siding, damaged trim, broken windows, vagrancy issues. 2 secondary structures on the property, inactive water since 5/18 of 2021, reposted on the property on 3/12/2025 with vagrant issues. This is just south of a park and less than a block away from an elementary school.
We don't have anybody in that now.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody wish to come forward, please come forward at this time. Ma'am, we've got your name and address. What do you have to tell us here?
Angelita San Augustine, 2315 Southwest J.
Okay, what do you have to tell us?
That's the same thing. I have the floors on the inside done. We haven't done anything on the outside.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else want to come forward on this item? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Bringing up 1414 Southwest I Avenue. John.
Same wants to keep showing off on me. 1414 Southwest I Avenue is a secondary structure. This is located in Ward 5. This structure has damaged roofing, damaged trim, damaged siding. Structure is collapsing on itself. There is a current water account on the main property. We posted on this property on 3/12/2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on this item. Anyone wishing to speak, please make your way to the front. Sir, give us your name and address.
Delbert Magler, and I live at 1414 Southwest I Avenue. And I was going to tear it down because I had a little problem before this. In fact, I was going to straighten it out and do that, but I got a dog that had kidney stones and all that. But anyhow, and then when I got the notice, I called, Waste, where they have the dumpster Rolo. They ain't got any. And I'm on the list. And I talked to Alan Hampton a week ago, and I don't know, I guess he's gone. But anyhow, that's what I need to do is try to find somebody with something where I'll tear it down myself, because it ain't that big, just the stuff, dumpster, put it in there and be like.
Well, it sounds like this is going to work out. I mean, you've got 6 weeks to get the permit, and I'm sure you'll be up for the dumpster by then. So it sounds like it'll work out. And I'm sure John will work with you if you have trouble getting the dumpster. He just will need to verify.
That's the only problem I'm having, the dumpster. Because we had that wind.
Yeah.
That's what did it.
Okay, all right. Is there anybody else that wants to come forward on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second. Motion and second, please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Bringing up 2714 Northwest 25th Street. John.
2714 Northwest 25th Street is located in Ward 1. The structure had a fire date on 8/31/2024. Fire damage throughout the structure. This structure has damaged roofing, damaged siding, inactive water since 12/16/2017. Posted on the property on 3/12/2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on 2714 Northwest 25th, please come forward. Yes, sir. Your name and address, please.
My name is Marlo Howard, owner of 2714 Northwest 25th Street. Want to get the permit and get it restored. Been having a problem with vagrants for quite some time. Haven't gotten to it because I'm working on another property as it stands. So.
All right. Sounds like you're ready to go. I like it. Anyone else want to speak on this item? I close the public hearing. Council.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated, public nuisance, and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Got a second? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Bringing up 2111 Northwest Baltimore Avenue. John.
Donna Lynn, can you move that for me to 2211? (2211) Northwest Baltimore Avenue is located in Ward 1. This structure has a damaged roof, brick separation, damaged siding, damaged trim, vagrant issues, inactive water on this property since 11/27/2024, and we posted on the property on 3/12/2024.
What is the address?
2211 Northwest Baltimore Avenue.
Okay, we're going to have to continue this or something because it's on the agenda as 2111. We can't move forward until we get it right. So do we want to continue or do we just have to start the process over? I'm not sure continuing works.
Yeah, let's just not take action on that.
Okay, we're just not taking action and you guys got to start over, unfortunately.
Mayor, I have an agenda that says 2211.
That's not what we got.
Register has 2211, that's what's publicly posted.
So which
What is
one?
this? What's this?
This is the new Ames.
I thought so.
What was publicly posted was
This is
2211?
Okay.
You
well,
okay to continue?
If what's publicly posted is correct, then we're good.
Okay, we're going to continue. Good, we need to deal with it. John, go ahead with your presentation.
All right. 2211 Northwest Baltimore Avenue, located in Ward 1. This structure has a damaged roof, brick separation, damaged siding, damaged trim, vagrant issues inside the structure, inactive water since 11/27/2024, posted on this property on 3/12/2025. I did have a conversation with Councilwoman Hankins, and she has informed me that also the carport has also fallen on itself.
Are you telling me the people living there that we see there every time we go by are vagrants?
So they have no water, which is against city code, correct? So they would be considered vagrants.
Even if they're the owner, they're considered vagrants?
Because it's against code, so to make a dwelling livable, they have to have
I get
current
it.
water
I'm
count.
going to open the public hearing. Come forward, sir. You the owner of the property?
I
Okay, give
am-
us your name and address.
My name is Scott Bottoms. My address is 2318 Northeast Kingsbriar Drive in Lawton, Oklahoma.
Okay.
And it is basically a rent-to-own. This is the man that does live there. We bought this house about a year ago, or less than a year ago, from Judge Swan. He had done some work there. There was trees, massive trees all around the house, touching the house, laying on the roof and everything else. We bought the house because the inside is immaculate. I mean, it's in great shape, the inside of the house. Bought it for Mr. DeFada here for approximately $15,000 or $18,000. And even in the lease to own, in 7 years, he'll own this house. And we even got to putting a new roof on. As far as the carport was solid, but it was still needing to come down. That was even in the contract. The carport and the side carport has got to come down to get the new roof on. We do have one estimate so far to get a new roof put on it. I was waiting on 2 other estimates to put the roof on. They're wanting like $10,000. Went down to try to get a permit. I didn't realize that you could not do your own roofing if you're having to put decking on. I've roofed all my life and I just don't have a permit to do it.
It does sound like your goal is the same of ours, is to get it presentable and
absolutely.
safe and livable. So I really
but the
think what's
money-
going to happen, I think we understand where you're going, and I think that probably the city's going to put you on a timetable here.
The timetable would be good, but it's also, Mr. DeFada here he cuts trees. He's off and on, especially this past winter time when it's work shut down. And as far as the money coming up, but
I get it, but you understand our issue. We got
Yeah.
neighbors complaining, I don't blame them. I've been by that property, and I don't blame them.
So,
Is there anybody else that wants to speak? Sir, do you want to speak?
Yes, sir.
Need your name and address.
Charles DeFada, 2211 Northwest Baltimore Circle. All right, like you said, we've been living there for a little less than a year, and we've done so much work. The trees, all the, man, if you go by there and look at it now, It looks way different than what it used to. I cut the carport down myself yesterday.
Without permits.
Without a permit. I didn't know you had to have a demolition permit. But I'm the one that, the garage didn't fall in on itself. I cut it loose. I cut the beams with a chainsaw. And
Thank you for clarifying that, and I can tell you're a guy that can make things happen. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come up, please. Come on, no, come on up to the microphone, ma'am.
We involved because he didn't have a place to stay or a place to go.
I need your name and address.
Jamok Bottoms, wife of Scott Bottoms.
Okay.
One day he came, he doesn't have a place to go. He need to move, but he need a place to stay. Can we do this? I said we could do that. So I guess the decision is on him. If he wants to fix up, want to stay here, he need to get on with it. If he has a place to go, we needed him.
The roof was not like that till this strong wind. I mean, it peeled it up this past wind. And that's why we had to really get on the roof started with, but we have to get the carports off to get the roof put on because carports are
Okay,
useless.
we're going to work with you if progress is being made, okay? But my guess is you're fixing to get put on the timetable. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this item? Come on up, sir. Give us your name and address.
I'm Elijah Cox, 2211 Northwest Baltimore Circle. The water will be on in my name within a month and a half.
Sir, I do have a clarification point. You're saying Baltimore Circle. Now, you're saying Avenue. Which one is it?
Sir. The legal address is 2211 Northwest Baltimore Avenue.
Okay.
It says circle on the street sign, it says circle.
Through the county assessor and
Okay.
through the county tax roll,
That's
it's
fine with
Avenue.
me. I just wanted to,
Now, he can't get water right now because of the action he's involved in. Is that right?
So us having a hold on it should not be, he should be able to get water on.
Mayor, he can get water on.
Okay.
The hold,
yeah.
the hold on the property does not
Okay. All
hinder
right.
him on that.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to come forward and speak? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing. Councilwoman.
I appreciate the work that's been done on the place that we're speaking of. It's just not enough. It's a hazard to the neighbors, and it has been for quite a while. And I'm really sorry, but if you continue to work on it, you have, like the mayor said, you have 30 business days to start working on it. But there is a lot of things to be done. So it's going to, you know, if that doesn't happen, why, then it'll be torn down. So anyway, I make a motion to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Could I ask a question?
No, hold.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do we have a motion? We have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Sir, any questions that you have, the staff can help you, okay? Thank you. Moves up 51 Northwest 25th Street.
All right. 51 Northwest 25th Street is located in Ward 3. This structure had a fire date of 11/30/2024. Fire damage throughout the structure, damage on the roofing, damage in the trim and soffit, inactive water since 4/26 of 2019, posted on the property on 3/12/2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Councilwoman.
Mayor, Council, I move to approve a resolution declaring this structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
So, we got a second? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0, bringing up 55 Northwest.
7, Randy's here now.
7-0, thank you. 55 Northwest 25th Street. John.
Why does this thing not want to work? There we go. 55 Northwest 25th Street is located in Ward 3. This structure has a damaged roof, damaged trim, broken windows and doors, cracks in the foundation, brick separation, vagrant issues, inactive water since 2/7 of 2024, posted on the property on 3/12/2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, Council, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement therefore as set forth in the resolution.
Please vote. 7-0, motion carries, bringing up 902 Southwest G Avenue.
902 Southwest G Avenue is located in Ward 5. The structure has damaged roofing, damaged and missing siding, damaged trim, damaged windows, broken windows, cracks in the foundation, vagrant issues. There are 2 secondary structures on this property. Inactive water since 8/16/2023, posted on this property on 3/12/2025. The property owner did reach out to us today, and their plans are to demo this, the structures on this property. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the resolution declaring the structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
Motion is second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 907 Southwest 7th Street. John?
907 Southwest 7th Street is located in Ward 5. This structure had a fire date of 10/27/2024. Fire damage throughout the structure, damaged roofing, damaged and missing siding, damaged trim, broken windows and doors, inactive water since 3/12/2024. We posted on this property on 2/10/2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Council?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
Motion is second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0, bringing up 907 Southwest 7th Street. Oh, that's what we just did, wasn't it? How about 1002 Southwest Park Avenue? I've got 1002 Southwest Park.
We messed up on that one.
So bring me that, illegal posted.
It was posted 1002 Southwest Park.
Okay, so it's posted correctly, 1002 Southwest Park? Southwest Park.
Mayor, I messed up on the
The slide is
on the
incorrect.
slide. That is my mistake. Yes, sir.
Okay. The legal posting is 1002 Southwest Park will continue.
1002 Southwest Park Avenue is located in Ward 5. This structure has damaged roofing, damaged siding, damaged trim, foundation issues, vagrant issues. This does have an active water on the property. We posted on the property on 3/12/2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I open the public hearing on 1002 Southwest Park Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Clarify, 1002 Southwest Park Avenue. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0, bringing up 1211 Northwest Bessie Avenue secondary structure. John?
1211 Northwest Bessie Avenue, secondary structure. This is located in Ward 2. Damaged roofing, damaged and missing siding, damaged trim, inactive water since 6/7/2012. Posted on the property on 3/12/2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Council?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure of the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Have a motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries 7-0, bringing up 1214 Southwest G Avenue, secondary structure.
1214 Southwest G Avenue is a secondary structure located in Ward 5. This structure has damaged roofing, damaged and missing siding. Structure is collapsing. Active water on the account for the main structure. Posted on the property on 3/12/2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this address, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Council?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property as a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0, bringing up 1803 Northwest 40th Street. John?
1803 Northwest 40th Street is located in Ward 1. This property had a fire date of 11/30/2024. Fire damage throughout the structure. This has a damaged roofing, damaged siding, inactive water since 7/9/2024. Posted on the property on 3/12/2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this address, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor and council move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Motion is second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bring up 2613 Southwest E Avenue.
2613 Southwest E Avenue is located in Ward 3. This structure had a fire date of 10/1/2024. Fire damage throughout the structure, damaged roofing, damaged missing siding, vagrant issues, inactive water since 4/7/2020. We posted on the property on 3/12/2025, and the owner reached out to us today and did let us know that their plans is to demo the structure. Any questions?
Seeing none, I open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward on this item, to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Council?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve a resolution declaring this structure on this property. I'm sorry.
I also move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
You second that?
I will second.
Okay, let's vote. Motion carries 7-0, bringing up 2615 Southwest E Avenue.
2615 Southwest E Avenue is located in Ward 3. This structure has damaged roofing, damaged windows and doors, damaged siding, damaged trim. We have been called out on vagrant issues, inactive water since 5/24/2013, posted on the property on 3/12/2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I close public hearing. Council?
I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I did hear a second. Took a while. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
We're going to start at 6:10. We're going to start at 6:10. 1 minute. Okay, it's time to get started. I'll call this special meeting of the Lawton Transit Trust Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams. Present. Warren.
Okay, quorum is established. On the consent agenda for the Transit Trust, the following items are considered to be routine by the Transit Trust and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, do you wish to pull any items? If not, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Motion for approval of the consent agenda as is. A second. Please vote. Consent passes 7-0. Bringing up item 9, consider receiving a presentation from Wendell WD Architecture accepting the 30% design for Phase 1 of the Transfer Center and directing staff to move forward on attaining contract for remaining design and construction bid documents, allowing for floor amendments if necessary. Christie.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just wanted to introduce, we have Ronald and Lindsay here from Wendell, who will give you a presentation real quick.
Good evening, Mayor, and I hope this is a good evening for everyone and members of the Trust. So we have completed 30% design. The Trust has seen some of the options, and they chose this option here. This is the reuse of the police storage facility where they have a lot of their storage of classified information and whatnot. As you can see, there's some changes to the building that we're trying to make here to make it much more user-friendly for transit riders. I'll go through real quick just the presentation and if this will work. Should I be aiming somewhere particular?
Is it not on?
There you go. And if you point it towards that way, the little receiver's over there.
Ah, gotcha. All right. So a phased approach. So phase 1 is what we're talking about tonight. So it's roughly 2,500 square feet of the building that we'll use for the transfer center. There are 12 bays in a what we call a modified herringbone layout. So the passengers would offload the buses. They could actually move underneath a canopy, and you'll see that a little bit later. They could come into a transfer center. They could wait for their buses inside. It'll be a conditioned space. And we'll have some office space in there as well. But that's what we're talking about today, and Lindsay will go over the costs to do this as well as the schedule. Phase 2 is a little bit more comprehensive if and when the funding is available, and if this is still the desire of the Transit Trust. This could be turned into a maintenance facility. And so the back half of this facility where you see the transfer center, the back half would be the maintenance facility. One of the positive things about that is you actually have 0 deadhead miles, meaning that the buses, when they leave in the morning, they're already there. So operationally, this is a very effective and efficient way to do a transit facility. And phase 3 is the complete build out where you have the service lane as well. So we would have the maintenance bays in the first one with some offices and some ancillary space, but the service as far as the fueling, as far as the bus wash would come in the final phase. And so you can see at the end, it is actually a completed facility. So the transit center itself does include the transit center where it's passenger waiting, and you have a few offices. You'll have security up at the front so that they can see out across the platform where the buses would be. And so we have restrooms and whatnot. Much, certainly much nicer than what they have today. Next is kind of a look at the building. So you can see how we're changing the shape of the building, how we're changing, not the shape, but actually the look of the building. Putting in a lot of natural light, a lot of windows for security reasons as well, and completely reusing how this building was originally intended to be. But it is completely brick and clad, and then you can see it from this rendering. And then finally, here are the canopies. Again, so the people, you can see a bus here with a person that's waiting. If you wanted to go inside, you simply walk along that canopy and you go inside. You could wait for your next bus or whatever you needed to do. There'd be vending in there, just a nice secure place for people to wait. If it's a nice day, they can certainly wait outside for the next bus to arrive and then pull out. So again, we're only at 30%. It looks a little conceptual, and that's exactly what this is. The next stage would be to finalize the design and then advertise for construction. I'll ask Lindsay to go over the budget as well as the schedule that we have, and then answer any questions.
Yeah, so as part of this 30% design milestone, we put together a construction cost estimate. And this cost estimate includes all of the materials, the labor to renovate the transit center, do all the exterior improvements, as well as the 12 bays and the canopies. This cost estimate also takes into consideration things like the contractor's fees, contingencies, and escalation. So we're at approximately $3.6 million for the project phase 1 currently. And then our anticipated schedule, so as we said, completing 30% design, the next design milestone would be 60%, and then 90% where we continue to add detail and get the design to a point where it would be able to be bid and constructed. So we would anticipate a number of months for design with times for review, and then we would be going into a bidding or contracting phase. We would permit the project and then start into construction.
Mayor, that completes our presentation. Any questions from anyone on the trust?
So we've only contracted for 30% design. I'm reading this agenda item, and it says that we're accepting the 30% design and directing staff to move forward on attaining contract for remaining design.
Yes, when we originally did the RFP, it was for the whole entire project. But because of time restraints and to get enough information to submit for a grant, it only required a 30% design. So that's when we went out and based off that RFP, we cut it back and just did a contract for the 30% design that would allow us to go out for that grant opportunity. So this is the 30% design. This is the final presentation. This is closing that contract out. And we are currently working to get a new contract for the remaining design and construction documents.
Did we get the grant?
Not for the transfer center. We did for the buses.
Okay. Any comments, council? Mr. Gill.
On those prices that you went through, could you clarify that a little bit on the total cost of the project and when we had our last meeting, we agreed on a budget all the way through complete. Now, we didn't pick everything because we're going to build into it through the years, but enough to get that facility operational. That's what you were showing tonight, correct?
That's correct.
The 3 point something?
It's actually 3.3 or 3.4 to 3.7, but there's some of the things like design contingency. If we don't change the design, that kind of goes away. So what you're looking at is probably something just over $3 million
To go out for bids with, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and
Okay.
that does include
And that'll get us
escalation.
operational with the facility that can take care of the people. We can add to
Correct.
that later on, but that gets us operational at that budget price.
That's correct.
Okay, that's good.
I've got just a quick question, because I haven't been involved in any of this, so I'm trying to play catch-up. We're talking about a remodel of the LPD building that's there? Okay, where are we going to put the LPD building?
There are currently some options that we're looking at, and that'll be coming, but this really is just to close out their contract. And so there's multiple things in the works for that. But yes, this would be contingent upon relocating the police evidence building as it is right now.
Okay, but none of these dollars are taking into account the $1 million that it costs to build that building?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Or the cost to relocate the contents. What's that estimated to be?
The what? What was?
The cost to relocate what's there now.
It depends on what option we go with on where we end up moving the police evidence building. We have a couple options. We could get a building and remodel it, and of course that would be a lot less than building something brand new.
George?
And I might remind the council and staff that don't know, we did look at that because of money, the value of the land in the building and getting something going. And one of the major choices that we're looking at as far as moving the evidence is to some of that property. We lease the office over in Bell's property. He has some buildings there that we're working on getting prices. So that's one of the better options, save us a lot of money and give us 25,000 square feet.
Other discussion or motion for approval or not?
I make a motion we approve it.
Turn on your mic and say that.
Make a motion to approve to continue on and finish the design of the
Is there a
phase
second?
one.
We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Brings up item 10, hold a public hearing and consider approving a resolution updating the Title VI program for the Lawton Area Transit System, LATS. Ryan?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and trustees. Yes, every 3 years we are required by the Federal Transit Administration to do a new Title VI program, and so this is just the part where we reach out for public comment for this and then give this back to FTA to approve.
Okay, at this time, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward and speak on this, please come forward at this time.
I just did want to note, pretty much the only substantial change is updating and reflecting the newest census data. So no major changes.
Okay, thank you. Anybody wish to come forward and speak? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Well, do you have a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote.
I'm the only one here on that committee.
Motion carries 7-0. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
But did I hear a second? Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith.
Yes.
Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, at this time, I will call the regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Ray from LFA and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Bow your heads with me. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the privilege that it is to be called your sons and daughters. And just for this place, Lord, we ask your blessing over this meeting, over the order here. I just pray that just a spirit of excellence would be in all the decisions that are made here. And we pray a blessing over every single one of our city councilmen and the mayor. And yeah, Lord, we thank you for this time. We ask you bless the meeting and the rest of our conversation tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. And thank you, Pastor Ray. Good to meet you. Thank you for coming. And please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith.
Present.
Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Okay, and we got to have some fun first. So I was going to jump to item number 22 first. I've already committed, I'm sorry. We're going to jump to item 22. Who's got the check? Who's got the check? We got to have the check. Oh, it's 23? Okay, 23. Who's got the check for 23? Do we have a check for both? It's the $40,000 one. Okay, we got Larry Parks down here. John, can you get down front, please?
$40,000 from Kelly Harris's personal account. Is that right, Kelly?
Okay, are we ready to have fun? We like taking money. Item number 23, consider accepting $40,000 donation to the City of Lawton Parks and Recreation Department in support of Greer Park's Kid Zone Remodel Park Improvement Project. Greer Park is on 38th Street, and so I need a motion for approval.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Don't be bashful, Larry. Okay, now I think Kelly Harris wants to say something on behalf of the AMBUCS.
So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to say that 25 years ago, a businessman here in town, Mark Glenn, was visiting his parents out in California, and he saw a community build playground being put up, and he thought that was a great idea, and he brought it back to the Great Plains chapter of AMBUCS and asked for our support, and we got behind it wholeheartedly, as well as the whole community. And so part of that deal was raising funds, and we raised a little more than what was needed, and that money was put into the Lawton Community Foundation, the Oklahoma City Community Foundation. So the proceeds of that were used for maintaining the project through the years. But 25 years is rough on wood. And so when Larry came to us, Larry Parks said, hey, we need to rebuild this. We said, we want to be a part of it. And so we took it to a vote of our club, and they wholeheartedly said yes. And so this money was left over. It's been added to by interest over the years, and we just wanted to give you a little bit of a kickstart on this project. We think it's a wonderful, and over the years, millions of kids have visited this park. You know, originally we set it up for our kids, now our grandkids and their kids. So we're very proud, and we hope that you'll accept this check on our behalf. Thank you.
Right, well, thank you to AMBUCS for what they did so many years ago and for this donation today. Thank you all very much. Well, we might as well do 22. We got a check for that one too, right?
The children from Eisenhower that are going to come present this, they're at a soccer game right now that ran long.
So we need to put it off.
Yes.
Okay. Brings up employee spotlight. John.
Good evening, everyone. Can I get Courtney Waldron to come down and her leadership if they want to come too? No? Okay, you're just going to take pictures. Okay. Well, Courtney is a shift supervisor with our emergency communications department. And you can come a little closer, Courtney. I promise I won't bite. And let me see if I can get this right. Courtney, on her own volition, volunteering on her off-duty time, volunteered for a program called the Association of Public Safety Communication Officials Registered Public Safety Leadership Program. Yes. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and so as part of that program, she gets a year to complete it. And so there's an individual portion of it, and then there's also a group project that she has to do, a service project. And as part of the service project, you got this accreditation from APCO, this national organization that accredits and certifies emergency communications departments. And you were able to achieve that for our emergency communication department. And that's a really special national certification, and it entailed a lot of work. You had to provide training records. You had to ensure that our curriculum was correct, and there was some additional documentation that you had to provide. So amazing job, and please give her a round of applause.
Now we have the True North Award.
And sorry that took so long, but there was just so many good things to say about what Courtney did. So great job, Courtney. Billy Parker, will you come on down? Billy works in our solid waste department. You've been there since 2019. Back in November, we had No Cart November, and as part of that, our community initiative, our Kids First initiative, we removed 134 shopping carts off the street. So that's amazing. You can't have clean neighborhoods if you have shopping carts laying around. So Billy was instrumental in that. I think there was something like, of the 132, there were 34 that were call-ins, and then 98 of those shopping carts, you went out there and you personally identified, and you were able to get those off the streets. So that was amazing. Another thing that I want to say about Billy is a couple years ago, Billy was involved in a commercial dumpster collection, and you injured your hand pretty bad. And I think you smashed it between two containers. You've had some surgeries, you've lost a little functionality with your right hand. And I bring that up because I think a lot of people at that point might have been like, hey, this job's not really for me. But I think it speaks volumes to your dedication that not only did you go through those surgeries, but you came back and you continued in the same job. So that I just want to publicly recognize you for that. I didn't mean to embarrass you, but I think that's a great story, and I want to tell it. So please give Billy a round of applause.
That's awesome. Now, do we have any roller girls in the room? Come on down. Is it working? We have several groups that volunteer to pick up litter along the highway, and I think you do it once a quarter, right? Is that right?
Yes.
And where's your group?
Our group right now, our section is right in front of LOL, kind of by Walmart on Quanah Parker. Okay. We have a good stretch right there.
Okay, and what's your name?
My name is Agony. That is my skate name.
Sparky and Cat.
And you guys didn't bring your skates.
They're in the car.
Do you wear your skates when you are picking up litter?
I wish it would be so much faster.
Hey, you're the first one for us to recognize. And I see the groups out every now and then, and I wanted to start recognizing them, and you're the first one. This is so important to the city. It's so important that we have groups that are willing to be a part of the community and do things like this. And we really appreciate what you're doing. And let me read this. I got to put my glasses. This is a Clean Sweep Award proudly presented to the 580 Roller Girls. Special recognition honors community groups and organizations that actively contribute to keeping our city clean by regularly picking up litter. It celebrates your dedication to maintaining a beautiful and welcoming environment for all citizens, and your devotion rises to the highest level of some kind of wonderful. Let's give these girls a round of applause. Somebody's got a camera. Thank you guys so much for what you do. We appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, let's give them another round of applause. Thank you, guys. Excuse me. Thank you, girls. I was at the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women today, and luckily I said ladies instead of guys, because I learned they don't like to be called guys. Okay, and here is the Citizen of the Month, right? Okay. Harold Davis. Mr. Davis would come forward, and the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women as well. Ladies. How are you? Hi. Let's get you right here in the middle. We're going to get you over here and make a spectacle out of you. All right. I love the Citizen of the Month. It's so important. And whereas Harold Davis has demonstrated unwavering commitment, extraordinary generosity, and selfless service to Lawton, Oklahoma community, embodying the highest ideals of compassion and civic duty. Whereas Deacon Davis faithfully leads the St. John Baptist Feeding Ministry, coordinating the efforts of approximately 130 dedicated volunteers who work tirelessly to ensure that no member of our community goes hungry. And whereas through his leadership, perseverance, and boundless kindness, he has overseen the preparation and distribution of over 34,000 nutritious meals throughout the Lawton Fort Sill community in the year of 2024 alone, serving those in need with dignity and grace. How many years you been doing this? Somebody run 34,000 times 24 years for me, okay? Whereas Deacon Davis carries out his mission of love and service every Monday through Friday, never seeking recognition or financial compensation, but instead driven by a deep and abiding commitment to uplifting others. I do hereby proclaim Harold Davis as Citizen of the Month for March 2025 for his remarkable service, his steadfast dedication in improving lives, his profound impact on our community. On behalf of the City of Lawton, thank you for setting an inspirational example for others to emulate that rises to the highest level of some kind of wonderful. Let's give him a big round of applause. Let me get in here and take a picture with you. The camera's right over here. Come out. Stop hiding.
Mayor, 750,000.
750,000 meals. Let's give him a big round of applause. Now, would you like to say something, Deacon?
On behalf of my church family, who makes my job easy, we do what God tells us to do, and he say feed his people. And we don't have a problem with that. There's a lot of hungry people in Lawton. And we've been able to do this over 40 years. I've been doing it for 12, going on 13. But God make it my way. But my helper here, she make me get out every morning to do what I need to do. But I thank the many churches and the volunteers that comes out each and every day to feed his people. And I thank each and every one that who have participated. Those that haven't, may God bless you still. I love each and every one of you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council.
Thank you so much. Now from the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women.
It's our honor, sir, to honor you with this award. And as the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women, our mission is to identify challenges that women and families and individuals may face, and also trying to develop and instill some solutions that might to meet those challenges. But one of the most rewarding things we get to do is we get to honor individuals who have servant hearts, who give to this community to make it a better community. We'll have our Woman of the Year celebration later this summer. Applications, nomination forms are available on the website and Facebook, our Facebook page. And we get to honor individuals such as yourself each month as Citizen of the Month for doing service and acts that make our community better. And it's our honor, sir, to honor you this evening.
Thank you guys so much. Thanks you again, Mr. Davis. God bless you.
You've been there before.
All right, all right. Thank you. Now we have the reports by the mayor and the city council. We're going to start with Ward 1.
I just had a really good week, I guess you could say, or day. You know, sometimes when your constituents call you and need a little bit of help and you go, and sometimes that goes pretty well, sometimes it doesn't go so well. But here recently, been able to help several constituents with problems that they had. And also the staff here at the City of Lawton have been helpful in backing me up and going to that place to find a solution to their problem. And I got notes from people that had, you know, appreciated our time, and that's really nice to hear. It doesn't all begin here in this room on a Tuesday at 6 o'clock. It begins with working as a team with the citizens and the council members and the staff. So I really have appreciated this week.
And Ward 2.
Thank you, Mayor. Also, I've had a good week. People have called, answers have been given to them, and I'm extremely thankful for our staff because every question's been asked, they answered. Also, I'd like to just pitch out to everybody the Great Plains, the Museum of the Great Plains in Lawton. You know, for $99, your whole family can join 7 days a week. You can go there and really get educated. They're also doing a New Deal Central Symposium that will be happening March the 27th through the 28th. They are also, during that time, on the 28th, they're going to be offering a tour to the Woods Hole Mountains Wildlife Refuge, Mount Scott Dams, Woods Hole Mountain Visitor Center, lunch at the old plantation, and then departure. And some of our own folks will be there speaking at the symposium. What a great opportunity to get educated about how great Lawton is and our history. Thank you.
All right, Ward 3. Ward 4.
Just a quick summation of the streets and bridges that we're working on. We're working on several bridges around town. We will be closing, it'll be out in the newspaper here very shortly, in about another month, South 11th Street, going down over the Wolf Bridges to the landfill, and we have an alternate for that, so be aware, be looking for that. That road will be closed for about 240 days while we put a new bridge in down there where Wolf Creek is, just before you get to the landfill. Also, our other streets that we've been working on are completed, and so we'll be starting 105 streets here very shortly, so we're looking forward to getting that going. So Lawton is on the move. Thank you.
All right, and Ward 6.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, a beautiful day to go out for a walk, especially in this warm evening, if spring has truly sprung in Oklahoma. But let me encourage you, please be careful. I know that with the construction we have going on Cash Road, there are people that are cutting through neighborhoods. And some of my constituents have shared with me that as they've been out for walks and little girls learning how to ride their bikes with training wheels. Cars have been going rather quickly down through those streets, cutting across from Cash Road to Quanah Parker. So please be careful. Let's not have any accidents.
All right, thank you. Ward 7?
Yes, Mayor. Ward 7 Neighborhood Watch meeting will be April the 7th. That's on a Monday. At the Leslie Powell Gallery, that's 620 Southwest D Avenue, and it'll be from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., and we'll have some city officials there as well as I myself, and also refreshments will be served, pizza and drinks will be on, so if you're coming from work, just come on and you'll have a little meal there. Also, I'll need you to, if you're going to attend, please email me at ward7@lawtonok.gov or either call 580-991-8257. And then I'd just like to thank everyone that's out there that's helping to build up Lawton Fort Sill area. Thank you so much.
All right, Ward 8?
Y'all have all been so positive. You make me feel bad.
Uh-oh.
Now.
Uh-oh.
I feel like I need to say this because I've had calls. I've still got some holdouts from where they took some property away from me and gave it to Councilman Uyghur, and I'm still getting some calls from those individuals. I keep shifting them over to you, but we really need to start paying attention to bulky pickup. We're starting to get a little bit lax. Mine is going to be picked up next week, but we've got bulky that's been out for 2 weeks now, over in Councilman Uyghur's area, my area, pretty much everywhere I drive now. It's hard to tell whose area it's really bulky pickup time. It's out everywhere. There's going to come a point when we're going to have to start really cracking down on it, and it's not going to be enjoyable for people to get citations for having that trash out when it's not supposed to be. The system works really well when we do it properly. Let's try to do that the way the schedule shows.
All right, thank you. And how about Fort Sill, Colonel?
Yes, sir. Mayor, council, and everybody out here. We had a great weekend with the Warrior Run, especially with the marathon. Warriors comes in all shapes and sizes, and we had a young 12-year-old warrior, young lad, with left leg amputee below the leg or below his knee, finished the half marathon this past weekend. So it was really awesome seeing him out there with his mom finishing that race up. So again, Warriors come in all shapes and sizes. At 10 o'clock this Saturday, we have the Rattlesnake Shake at Lake Lettra. So come on out, see some rattlesnakes, learn about rattlesnakes. Touch a rattlesnake, I guess, if that's what you're saying. So come on out, check it out. And then 19 April, we got the Bunny Run and the Easter egg hunt at the Patriot Club. And I'm going to say 09 is the race, and right after that's the Easter egg hunt. And then for everybody in the room, we have the Army Emergency Relief campaign ongoing. So soldiers helping soldiers. So if you're a veteran, civilian, active duty, reserve, National Guard, whatever, please contact our Army Community Service. So we are trying to reach a $250,000 goal this year to support our soldiers in need. And it's really great. It's a great effort. It's a great opportunity to give back as soldiers helping soldiers. So thank you all very much.
All right, thank you all so much, and appreciate that positive word from Fort Sill. This brings up audience participation. Lawton citizens who have completed a request to speak form and wish to address business not listed on the agenda may step forward at this time. We do have one form filled out, and it's Willard Williams, 3507 Northwest Lincoln. Mr. Williams. Is Mr. Williams here? Okay, I guess he's left. And we'll close out audience participation. Bringing up the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. I have a request to pull item 5 by legal and also pull item 7. Are there any other items the council would like to pull? Can I get a motion then?
Mayor, council, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of items number 5 and number 7.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 5. Consider the following damage claims recommended for denial. Nevlin Hale in the amount of $160.16, and Sharif Al-Drubi in the amount of $12,312. Tim.
Mayor, Council, looking at the Hale claim, we decided it needs a little more research, so we're wanting to strike the Hale claim and then proceed with denying the claim for Druby. And so that would be our motion to deny the claim for Druby.
Do we have a motion to deny? We have a motion. Do we have a second? We do have a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 7. Consider approving a resolution amending the City of Lawton FY25 budget as amended by appropriating $9 million to the general fund for payment per the terms of the amended redevelopment agreement between the City of Lawton, the Lawton Economic Development Authority, the Comanche County Industrial Development Authority, and Westwind Elements, Inc. And Kesa? Kesa, what's your last name? Okay, I think that's
Whitley.
Whitley.
Yes.
Okay, and what do you have to tell us?
Okay, I am once again asking you all not to move forward with this full-scale refinery. From February 23rd, 2023 to today, citizens have been speaking out against the practices of Westwind Elements, LIDA, CCIDA, and the City of Lawton, just to be ignored, downplayed, and perpetuated as being misinformed. So today I would like to talk about some things that are not misinformation. Rest assured, Mayor Booker, my facts didn't come from a KSWO article. They came from your words, from your mouth, or the lawsuit that Westwind filed against CVMR, which would be considered their own words. So we know that on February 23rd, Mayor Booker, you told us that you met with Cameron Coson and that he was an incredible guy with an incredible company. And then you went on to encourage us all to look up CVMR, only for Westwind and CVMR to part ways, resulting in Westwind suing CVMR, which Westwind claims to have found out about in February of 2023. Meaning that on February 23rd, 2023, when you spoke at City Council, you were either purposefully or unknowingly misleading us. Either way, I would like to think that the answer would be to hold Westwind Elements accountable and not give them more money. We also know that you all wrote the redevelopment agreement where it literally describes that the redeveloper will establish the capabilities to refine cobalt ore, nickel ore, and other critical elements. Westwind went on to tell us themselves in the lawsuit filed against CVMR that the technology to refine cobalt doesn't actually exist and hasn't been proven on a commercial scale. So that means that you all were willing to let her work to build something that has not been proven on a commercial scale, or that you were misled, and the only thing that you're doing about it is giving Westwind Elements more money. So at what point does someone actually address our concerns, and at what point does someone hold Westwind Elements responsible for misleading the people?
Okay, thank you for coming. I'm not going to get into that. I'll get with a lawyer and respond to you.
It's okay. I already got my stuff to John.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Council, we need a motion to approve or deny.
Move to approve.
Do I have a second? Do you have a second? Motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up the business items. And the kids still aren't here, so we're going to put off 22. Somebody's going to have to remind me to take care of that if they don't come, okay? Bring up item 24, receive a presentation regarding the proposed sports facility, provide direction to staff regarding the facility, consider approving the project through the design phase, and take any other action deemed necessary. Brian.
Good evening. I think it's rather appropriate that I get to skip ahead because we have kids playing soccer. I did not kidnap them, and they're not held for ransom outside until I'm done. But I do find that very, very ironic. As most of you know, I have the honor of serving as the chairman of the Lawton Youth Sports Authority. We are pushing forward with a project that has been ongoing for quite some time. And we are at a stage now where it's time to commit to the project. You know, when I look at my truck, there's a deal on the mirror that says items in the mirror are closer than they appear, and I would have to say that about that spreadsheet, right? So there's some important things to know about the spreadsheet. What I thought I would do is bring you up to speed of where we're at in the programming. Excuse me. I refer to the kids playing sports as the programming and then the facility. It's commonly known in my house, my work, my sleep as the facility, right? So the programming is growing. In 2022, which would be the last year that sports was run by Parks and Rec, I could pull the numbers from back when I started this research in 2019, was there's about 2,158 participants in youth sports. I will tell you, I am not a numbers deceiver. Those are registrations. That doesn't necessarily mean 2,158 different kids. One kid could play 2 sports, but that's how we've been counting it forever. It's how everybody counts it, right? That number through the last fiscal year has grown 36%. So we're just under 3,000 participants in youth sports now. The reason I used last fiscal year is because we're not done yet. We still have one more season to get under our belts, which would be the summer softball and baseball. But if we get at least the same number, 204 kids that participated last year, that number will climb to about 37% increase from 2022 through now. The little footnote down at the bottom that most people can't see that are watching this or sitting behind me, I list 5 new offerings. Now, why do I call them offerings? They're the same sport that we've been playing. We just offer them multiple times a year now. So when we hired ESM to run the management side of it, we played football, volleyball in the fall, we played basketball in the winter, we played softball and baseball in the spring and into the summer. We now offer every sport except for basketball twice a year. The reason we don't offer basketball for twice a year is we don't have the capacity to do it. During the summer months, the schools where we play our indoor sports are redoing their gyms, they have their summer camps. There's just not the capacity to go play. You know, and as I was putting together some of the stuff for tonight, one thing that dawned on me, because we struggle to find places for teams to practice. We struggle to keep our schedule in place because life stuff happens. A few weeks ago, high schools were heading into the regional playoffs. There was a storm coming. OSSA sent out a message, you might want to reschedule your games for Tuesday. There's going to be 80 inches of ice, and you're not going to want to travel in that, right? It's an exaggeration, but it makes the point. So everybody moved their games to Saturday, which puts us out of business on Saturday, right? So those are the kind of things that we deal with as we grow these facilities, why we don't play basketball twice a year. The new sport we offered is futsal. So I have to learn what that is. I'm not a soccer dad. It's indoor soccer played on a court with a smaller ball. We actually are offering that for adults as well. Highly popular event. Soccer folks love it because it gets kids in the gym during the winter when they really shouldn't be outside playing, and it improves ball handling skills. Did I get that right, guys? And you know, here I go, I just start rambling on. I do want to let you know that I do have Mr. John Wack and Brian Can from Eastern Sports Management. John is the president and CEO, and Brian is in the construction side of the Eastern Sports Management. So youth sports is growing. Where do we play right now? We play some of our sports at 17th and G, and I have been told by more than one person a lot older than me that it looks the same as it did when they played there a long, long time ago. We don't use all of the fields anymore out there. Eastside Park, which the city owns and leases to the Sports Authority. We play softball and football, flag football out there. We play baseball at Oshalager. And if you'll remember your youth, if you played out there, there's no fences. I mean, the fences enclose the whole area, but there's no legal size field that we can play on. There's no fences down the side. That is a lease by the city from the county that expires in June of 2026. I forget the date that it was originally done. So that's something that we have to deal with now. We play all of our indoor sports at the Lawton schools. And what I sort of preface that with, Lawton has closed several schools, elementary schools over the years. Those were the places we practiced. The little portable gyms, right? The metal buildings outside the school, that's where we practice. So as they close schools, we lose more practice opportunities. So that's kind of where we're at in the state of sports. So, the big topic today is what we're looking for is direction and hopefully your approval to move forward through the construction drawing design phase of the facility. So where is the plan? I won't go over the 13 months of painful exercises to try and find a site, which 4 of them have failed to close or reach an agreement on a lease. So we got to looking again, and west of MacArthur, so that track that you see there on the right-hand side, that is the track in the new turf field at MacArthur High School. We were entertaining purchasing land to the south there, and we could not get that closed. We have purchased the land up top left. I think it reads Richards Frank Trust of the Frank L. That is 40 acres. We were able to purchase that land at the full appraised value of $300,000. City of Lawton controls the Eastside Park, which is leased to us. That's where we play games. And then I discovered, I first thought that the school land surrounding Eastside Park was state school land, now called Commissioners of Land Office. I went through an exercise with them and gladly found out that that is owned by Lawton Public Schools. So we have been working with Mr. Heim and his board, and we have reached an agreement on the structure of a lease that would basically abate the lease payment for opportunities for LPS to use the facility. We wrote the contract in a way that I've got about 7 or 9 months to make sure funding's in place. We have 2 years to build it. We have outs in every phase of that lease. So we are now in control, and I use the term control, of 120 acres for a $300,000 purchase. The land to the south we were looking at, while it was being discounted dramatically, it would have been 86 acres for $1 million. Sometimes good things happen out of bad things, right? So we have moved on. So a little bit about Eastern Sports Management, right? They own and or run facilities all across the eastern part of the country. I spent 2 days in Hagerstown, Maryland with them, looking at the most recent facility open that is really close to what we're wanting to build, except for we're going bigger, John. So that's why we hired them as our partner. So that's where we're looking. And I have to preface this, and I'll say it more than once. This is not the design. This is conceptual schematic design, right? So somebody asked me, well, why the heck do you need 120 acres? What we want to do and what we've been asked to do is take a look at the future. What does the future of youth sports look like? We now have control, and I will say that lease language is a 55-year lease with Lawton Youth Sports Authority's option to renew for another 55 years. There is no out clause for the schools in it. If we fail to let them use the facility, we got to pay rent. So we would have control over that land for 110 years. So what we wanted, and I asked John's team to give me a depiction of, is Oshalager's coming to the end of its lease. Grandview has come and gone. Where do we play youth sports as we continue to grow? Our idea is this. So what you're seeing there, the larger rectangulars are what I have termed now, on John's guidance, as rectangular turfed multi-purpose fields. They are basically fields that have AstroTurf from end to end that you can play soccer. There are 2 soccer fields side by side, which means you can play football inside of them, which means you can play flag football 8 games at a time going crossways because they only use 60 yards. And then you'll notice there's diamonds in each corner. That's for baseball and/or softball. They're fully turfed, so you don't have to worry about where the dirt goes, where it ends. They're all lined. What looks like a diamond on those are actually depictions of movable outfield fences. So if you're playing a young age, you can move them up to 200 feet. If you're playing a high school or a middle school age, you can move them back to 300 feet. Or if you're playing soccer or football, you just remove them completely. So that would solve where do we play and how do we upkeep. Eastside Park, you can see it there. This is an aerial view of what it actually looks like today. The yellow depiction is what we're proposing to be the indoor sports facility. Eight basketball courts that can convert to 16 volleyball courts. That's what's on top there. All of that conversion is done with a push of a button. No operator needs to do anything other than push a button. No rolling out goals, no cranking, no taking down nets. Push a button, basketball goal comes down, push another button, volleyball nets come down from the joist. The middle area there is your admin, kitchen setup, party rooms, things of that nature. Below, if that looks like a hockey rink, that's intentional, other than they are turfed indoor fields. What I saw in Hagerstown is these have nets over the top of them, so the balls don't escape. John's team, in some of his facilities, they actually do indoor adult softball on these fields. Probably good for an aging guy like me, not a lot of running because it bounces off the net and I just pick up the ball and throw somebody out, right? But the idea is that we could run all sorts of sports on these. Soccer, indoor flag, you could actually take batting practice in these for baseball, softball, you can take fielding practice, all indoors. The purple area on the right-hand side of that is a proposal to do a fitness center. So what we're trying to do is create a sense of an entire area that can service the growth of athletes, in particular the youth of Lawton. Some of those rooms are meant to be group workout areas where personal trainers can take care of the programming. Again, this is the depiction, right? Yellow just popped up. It's not a choice of color, right? It may wind up yellow, I don't know, but it was yellow to kind of pop it out a little bit. So we've got a lot of land over there. Somebody said, well, why build it up front? And I think I've used the term here, Chickasha envy, before. Chickasha envy is all of our friends who drive from Lawton to Oklahoma City and say, man, look at all those kids playing softball over there in Chickasha. We felt like the building needs to be closer to the road so we can develop Lawton envy. If you're wondering, if you're OCD like me and go, why isn't it 90 degrees? That building, off of John's experience and his team, you tilt that building so you can take advantage of light, but not direct sunlight coming into the facility, right? Plan right now is to look at a little over 600 parking spaces, more than code requires. And there's some unique pieces that I'll talk about here in a second. A little closer look, where it says Lawton Sports Complex, those would be windows into the fitness center. You don't mind light going in there, direct light going in there, but it won't go into any of the court area. You'll start to notice what we're trying to do, just from a massing perspective, is give some sort of interest and intrigue to the building just by moving the footprint around, right? Right now this is on target to be about 145,000 square feet. You could easily plop down a rectangle and have a big metal building sitting right there. So we're trying to move roof lines, footprints, so that it gives some interest to the building without dumping all of the money into the outside and ignoring what needs to be going on the inside. A little closer view there. And then the idea is to have a drop-off area so that when there's inclement weather, mom, dad can drop the kid off because everybody's on time to games and nobody needs to hurry in. Anybody that's coaching knows that's not true. So an area to drop the kids off, they can go straight into the facility is the idea right now. Again, just some small architectural deals to give some slopes, some angles, without spending a lot of dollars, but trying to provide some interest to the building. So what does all that mean? We're estimating right now, based on recent data, but in a different state with some different wage scales, that we're looking at probably $250 a foot, which puts this right at $35 million. If we move forward with, or when we move forward with, the outdoor assets, as I call them, the rectangular turf fields, those can be built in stages. The way I'll give you an estimate that we have on those, if they're all built at the same time, and I'll explain that, we think they'll run $5 million a piece. Now, why so much? Because it's just turf field. Well, you have all the infrastructure that goes with it, right? The roads to get there, the additional parking, all of that, right? So each one of those would share in that cost. So we're looking at, start to finish, estimate today, $60 million. And I know that's a big number. But the $35 million, we're fairly confident in that number. I will remind you, we have already been granted $3 million by the McMahon Foundation. We used $300,000 of that to buy the land. So we have not spent any of the CIP money on the land acquisition. They usually don't allow it, but they did in this case, that we were able to buy the land. So we have all of the land in hand, if you will. We have begun negotiations with professional services. We have extreme high confidence, almost really high extreme confidence that we can bring the professional services based on a $60 million contract in at 4.2% of the project. So that, what we're asking for today, that spreads out over 5 phases. What we're working on is trying to do a phased architectural contract, as we did with ESM's contract. Of those 5 phases, every one of them has a stopping point, and the next one has a starting point. We cannot start until we have the funds allotted to us to start the next full phase. What this request would do is fund $1.25 million that gets us through the construction phase. I know there's another agenda item that we can talk specifically about some of that. The way I'm reading the agenda item, what we're looking for you all is direction and approval of the project overall to get us through the construction design phase, which gives us shovel-ready project. If you've looked at any grants, one of the first questions is, do you have a shovel-ready project? Our answer is no. One of the other questions is, do you have the land? Our answer is yes. One of the other questions is, do you have additional funding? I hope our answer is yes. What questions can I answer for you?
Mr. Henders, I remember back the CIP 2019, as I remember clearly, because I was on Parks and Recreation. We, in the CIP, I think it is said up to $8 million that had been allocated. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay. I have a question. Since then, though, it has increased. Now we're up to possibly $6 million, you're saying? So my question is, why such a huge increase now?
Yeah, couple of things on that. So the building, which is what we were chasing in the original CIP, we were estimating it to be $12 million total. We pledged to raise $4 million of that. So that's where the $8 million came from. That building was proposed at 85,000 square feet. One of the things we did when we hired ESM to run our sports management program is we contracted with them to run a feasibility study. What that data said is, if you build less than 8 basketball courts, you will likely not attract regional tournament play. We were planning on 6 courts. We weren't planning on the indoor turf fields. So the project has almost doubled in size. It was also in 2019, and costs have dramatically increased. One thing we were talking about this weekend, we're holding our breath on is tariffs, right? So that's a wild card that is out there on us right now. You know, this is proposed to be steel prefab construction. A little tariff on steel potentially. So the increase is time, inflation, and larger facility. And I'll remind everybody where I got that number from is we visited Plano Sports Authority, who in 2019 built their last facility 5 years earlier. We used their price per square foot in McKinney, Texas, and we added 5% per year, so 25% increase on what they built their facility for in 2015. That's how we got to that number.
Are we changing, in answering to what you were asking, so I know land notwithstanding, we're not worried about the land cost because that's taken care of, but the CIP that we had at 8 million, it would be 35 million now?
Correct.
Because that's, it wouldn't be the 6, it'd
And
be 35 million, so it's...
Right, and I will add, if I'm not mistaken, that up to was removed with the approval of the 2040 CIP extension.
I have a question for the city manager. If we look at this, with the money aspect of it, we have that money in CIP, we don't have any more, we don't have it in the budget, so this is something we'd have to go back out for votes on?
No, we're, as Brian stated, it would be a phased-in project. I mean, we wouldn't be required to come up with 35 million right out of the gate, correct?
No.
No, my question is, where are we gonna take it from?
From the CIP, yeah.
Yeah, you know, the whole thing, we've tried to phase the whole thing, including the expansion of the thought process of the outdoor fields, right? You know, I can't specifically name it yet at a request from where I am hunting it, but we are also in the depths of getting another 3 million, maybe even a little more towards the project, specifically for infrastructure work.
We'd have to have at least the engineering and architectural fees, which would be about 1.6 million, I believe.
1.25 to get us through the first 3 phases.
Okay.
Yes.
So we'd have to have that for sure.
And it's on another agenda item. It's available. We already have allocated to us 700,000. There's another 550 that has been identified that could go towards this project.
So I might point out that the $0.25 for parks and recreation will bring in $80 million by 2040. And so that's 15 years. And the way we would finance this would have to be, if we did this with a 30-year note, which I haven't run the numbers that far, but that would be another 80 million going up 3% a year. Does that make sense? So that would be the only way that we could finance it that I'm aware of without some other bond issue by the city, but I think there's adequate there. I've got a question because it sounded, and I'm sorry I had to excuse myself for a minute, so you're probably going to have to repeat yourself, but it sounded like you were saying the lease is up on those ball fields I played on in the 60s. By the way, they look the same.
I wasn't referring to you, Mayor, but I was.
Well, I'm going to go a little further for Ms. Hankins' benefit. When we were having our first CIP discussion, I made that same statement, and Ross Hankins, who was our parks director, or our parks chairman at the time, stood up and said, Mayor, it was that way in the 50s. Now, that's coming up. Okay, I get it. But it sounded like you were basically saying we don't have any place to play ball except that. Is that right?
That is correct. That is correct. The 4 fields at Eastside, we use 2 for softball, And during the fall and the spring now, because we're offering them twice, the other 2 we use for flag football. So, no, we don't.
So we're only using 2 fields at East Side for softball.
We use 2 for softball and 2 for flag football.
What about McMahon Park south of Lee?
So that's where the adult programming happens. So if we were to move youth sports there, we would need to do something with the fences, the infield, and the base paths, because they're too long, the fences are too big, right? You don't want 8-year-olds playing on 300-foot fences, because the ball will go by an outfielder and you won't see him for 15 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Right? So they're not regulation size or age-appropriate size. Could we do it? Yes. Is it moving to the premier youth sports programming in the state? Absolutely not.
So, I guess my thought is we're dealing with the same thing we're dealing with on the roads and the water and sewer lines. Years of not putting anything in has brought us to a place we have no place to look but an extended CIP that the citizens have voted for. Thank you, Brian.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so right now, what you're asking from the council is at least 35 million. Am I accurate?
So I guess I'll answer it this way, Ms. Williams. What we're asking for today is to, and I think it's on the next item or one of the next 2 items specifically, is 1.25 million, which has been identified and is available. But for this item, it's to approve, and I'm staring at this acting city attorney, at least the concept of the whole project.
So Brian, I'll try to answer too. If I say this wrong, let me know. So Brian is essentially saying we have a path forward, and we got to get through the design phase. And his plan is to design the entire complex, the facility, and the complex, the outside part. And at some point in the future, council will have to decide if they want to go with just the facility or the whole complex. I don't think Brian's asking for that decision today, but he's just asking for permission to move forward with the design phase, and then at some point he'll come back and we'll have to make that decision where we want to go. Is that right, Brian?
Yes, yes, sir.
Council, we have to have a plan, and that's been the problem all along, is that we've never had a plan. We've always just said, boy, we sure need, and then we move on to the next thing and we don't ever have a plan. So I think that's really what Brian's wanting, is for us as a group to say, we want you to go out there and we want you to plan on building that building and plan on building all of those fields, and then bring us back increments of that so that we can finance it.
Yeah, we in our committee meetings and then to the full trust authority level, we thought it would be irresponsible to plan a building of this magnitude, both in structure and meaning to the youth in Lawton, and not plan out the whole 120 acres, right? If we built it back there in the back and then we said, okay, now what's going to go in front of it, it just seems like a bad decision to not know how this whole thing could pull together so that we can plan for the future. If that's this year, next year, 5 years from now. And we think it's scalable by rectangular fields. If we build one of those set, it would take care of the problem you brought up, Mayor. We would have a place to play based on today's numbers. If we keep growing at 36%.
Well, and Brian also can tell a story about Hussein trying to get out of the parking lot. We already have a problem with too many, no, there's never too many people, but we have a problem being able to service the people that want to participate.
Yeah. I think he was paying me back for when I was sending him pictures when my kids were traveling around and how this idea got born. He had a grandchild that was playing flag football. There was 2 softball games going. So in those scenarios, you've got 2 teams on each field, you got 8 teams. The next teams don't wait for those teams to leave before they start coming in, right? So parking was overrun. He was that gray area is the current parking lot. He was actually entering into that queue to try and get out of the current, I don't think this works, of the current road that leads into the park. You know, and my answer is nice problem, right? Wow, kids out enjoying youth sports, families with them. Let's go, right?
That's what we want.
Randy,
Yes, ma'am.
I was going to make a comment. We too often have not thought about the future. And I think the city of Lawton, we have begun to plan ahead. This isn't about us. You know, I hear some of the older people, like in my age group or whatever, say, well, you know, we don't have any kids. No, you may not. But it's not that we shouldn't be thinking about the future and the children that will take advantage of these, which prevents juvenile crime and some of those things. At least that's what we hope. So just think out of the box and think forward. We're doing a good job of that. But
You know, I know there's a lot of concentration from the city and the council's perspective of our peer cities. I've been to our peer cities. They're about 3 years ahead of us already. Norman has the Young Family Athletic Center. If I'm not mistaken, it's 147,000 square feet. Got 2 pools instead of 2 indoor fields. And they just revamped the Reeves Park to improve all of their ball fields for youth sports using a similar type of program that we have. Enid is building a massive soccer complex. Edmond has indoor soccer. Our peer cities have already taken the steps.
Yeah, I like to make one comment. You know, for too long we've heard there's nothing to do in Lawton. There's nothing for the kids to do. There's nowhere to go. That's what kids get in trouble for. I think this kind of puts us on the map, takes that excuse away, and it's just outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager?
Brian, I know it seems like a million years ago now, but I'm a little bit concerned because back when the sports complex was $12 million, we were talking about putting it in Elmer Thomas Park, and we started. I know that seems like a long time
Just
ago.
ripped the Band-Aid straight off of me, didn't you?
But you know, we for a lot of reasons that didn't work out, and I just remember in my capacity as a city attorney getting into a pretty heated discussion about AutoCAD design and Revit BIM models and getting the intellectual property that we paid for. So my question is, this time around, what are we doing to protect the data that we pay for? And if something were to go sideways with the design vendor, are we going to have to go through that again? Because that was uncomfortable, and it was hard to get value for what the city paid for in that context. So I just want to make sure that we don't go down that road again.
So I'll answer it, and then I'll stare at Tim for a second after it. What we did with the architectural contract is we took the actual contract the city has with Guernsey for the aquatic center, and we changed it to our architect of choice through the entire process, you know, interviews, bid numbers. ADG Blatt is who we're hoping to contract with. We took a contract the city uses today and changed the names and the scope of work, and everything else stayed pretty much the same. Here's where I stare at Tim.
And Tim's working on reviewing that. I'm on page like 18 of 30 right now, so we're working hard to get through the review process of that. And
So we
we'll
didn't start
look
from
at that.
scratch. It's not their contract. It's not an AIA contract. It is a contract the city currently is in with Guernsey.
Ms.
You made
Williams?
me
Thank you.
promise never to put you through that again, and I'm trying.
Okay, thank you.
I just like to say I like the way you're being proactive and not reactive, and that we do have a plan in place. And I would just love to see this go through because I can see this bringing more revenue right here in our city when we have our own.
as we get further in the process, part of the expertise that John and his team will bring is what could that look like? What kind of revenue can we generate from the facility on a weekday basis, and then as we draw tournaments in, and then what does that mean from tax revenue for sports tourism, basically?
Anybody else? I'd like to thank Brian. Every time I get the opportunity, I thank Brian because how many years has it been?
6.
6
But
years.
I'm not counting.
6 years.
6 as of June 29, or June 21st.
What's the pleasure of the council? I would accept a motion to direct.
Well, it's a move to approve. There's a staff recommended action. Move to approve project through design phase.
That's what I would recommend, is that somebody would make that motion.
Isn't that the next item down?
No, that's this item.
That's this item.
That's this item. Move to approve project through design phase.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote. That item was approved 7-0. That brings us to item number 25, contingent upon Lawton Youth Sports Trust Authority approving the attached amended budget and second amendment to the support agreement between the authority and the city of Lawton for fiscal year 25. Consider approving the same amended budget and second amendment to the support agreement.
Mayor, Council, I'll work with Brian on this answer. Sports Authority has requested additional funding from city for some things here. One is additional $80,000 for operations. Brian can talk about. They've had some vandalism and some other things, and also to help augment some revenue issue with fees. I'll let him talk about that, but also an additional $550,000 for design. And so staff looked through with finance, the deputy city manager looked through, and finance was able to identify $550,000. We're having to take it from a different area, and we're going to be seeing if we can get that reimbursed with bond council, but we'll look at that. That's not necessarily a done deal at the moment, but we have a proposed amendment to the support agreement. It will add the $80,000 for operation and $550,000 from our general fund over to this for the design. We'll augment the $700,000 that's already there and get Brian his higher number so he can the $1.25 million that he mentioned, so he can move forward with his design. There will be a floor amendment. We had a citizen email in that they caught a Scrivener's error on page 2. It references October 22nd, 2025, when we did our first amendment to the support agreement. That was actually 2024. So citizens do read this stuff. That's very good. So we'll answer any questions. Brian, if you have anything you want to add.
Yeah, so what I'll fill in, right, the big number is what we just talked about, right? So we've already been allocated, I'm not sure that's the right term, but it makes sense to me. We've already been allocated $700,000. That originally was going to be paired with the $300,000 from McMahon to buy the $1 million worth of land. I'm going to do what my wife does to me. I just saved you $700,000. Spent $300, but I saved you $700. So we now have that $700,000 that you previously allocated or authorized me to buy land with. So we can start phase 1 and part of phase 2 of the design with that 700, but we can't issue a contract that's not funded all the way through. So what we're asking is, as I said before, this will get all the way through construction design, right? Construction drawing and design, shovel-ready project, pretty pictures, and boring pictures that show you how to build something. And then by that time, the decision will start to roll on what are we going to build, right? So is it 35 million, is it 60 million, or is it something in between? As Tim mentioned, we are requesting additional funding for the programming. I have some itemization here. If you want me to cover it all, I'll basically summarize it. We've been vandalized 4 times. Unfortunately, one of them was the night before league was supposed to start, so we had just stocked all the concession. We had all the POS machines, everything ready to roll for Eastside Park, and all of it's gone. The doors broke. 2 weeks ago, somebody broke into the restroom facility at 38th and Lee, tore up the toilets, the sinks, the dispensers. They've done it once at Oshlager Park, same scenario. They stole rakes and trash cans, for crying out loud. More of an annoyance on there, but again, stole the POS system, scored the laptops, and then we had it one more time out at Eastside. So we've been vandalized 4 times. We had a major plumbing issue at Eastside. The cost was over $25,000. And I do want to give some credit to John and his team. This number is actually $100,000. Part of that is the way that we accrue for teams signing up. Every player pays their own way. I guess a coach can go in there and pay it, but you account for every player, and it's booked as they sign up. We had $10,000 in bad debt, meaning we couldn't collect from the individuals. That's a span of a few years, right? So this is a bookkeeping debit item now. And then we transitioned the general manager, and in business, right, when you have a manager just staying with the company, he stays and trains the new manager. So we did that for a while, but when this came up, John and I sat down, and they're going to eat the double cost of having that manager on site here, and they're going to eat the bad debt cost. So they're going to reduce it from $100,000 to $20,000 credit on our invoicing. So the $80,000 covers what we hope will be the limit to that shortfall. Similar to what you all are facing, sales tax revenues down. We are basing our numbers on projections on participation. If they don't happen, which they are happening, we're down to a numbers game of what's it cost a kid to play, a family to play. So I did a little research after a discussion with Councilwoman Williams. Our peer cities, there is one sport in one city that charges $55 to play that sport. Every other sport is $85 or more, and in most cases, it's $125 per season to play a sport. And that's Norman, Enid, Moore, Broken Arrow, and Edmond. Most of them are in the $150, $160. We have now raised our fee to $45. $45. We are increasing it each chance we get. John's experience across the country, I think he said this when he was here before, that average in their facilities is $80 a season, which is 8 games. It's $10 an hour.
Brian, are we going to go with this as to the design cost? Are we going to do the whole 2.4, or are we looking at the one? We're going to look at this in phases anyway. Are we going to do the design that way, or are you wanting to do a contract on the complete design and the initial?
Well, the design, the 1.25 gets us through the first 3 phases. Phase 4 and 5 is construction.
Yeah.
So our thought is we would roll that into the construction cost. The $60 million includes all of it.
Yeah, I know.
The $35 million includes all of it too.
But we need the design first.
The 1.25.
And we're doing it in phases.
Yes.
So the 1.25 will pay the architect and engineering on just that phase, correct?
First 3 phases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, and the important thing that Brian just briefly touched on is the shovel-ready part. Because then when I send him these constant emails about
3 a.m. in the
grants that
morning.
are available, and he goes and spends his time to try to find them, and then the first thing it says is shovel-ready. And so you can't get a grant unless you're shovel-ready, and once we're shovel-ready, then we can get grants if they're out there. Anyone else?
The only thing to add is Lisa Sports Story is having a special meeting on Friday.
Friday at 10.
And so they will be voting on the support agreement and their budget at that time. That's why this says contingent, because we're doing our part first.
I would entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the attached amended budget and second amendment to support this agreement between the authority and the city of Lawton.
And that would be with the floor amendment to change the date on page 2 that I mentioned earlier.
Absolutely.
I have a motion and a second. Read. Do you need to read?
No, it's a
No read?
No,
Okay.
there's nothing to read. We're
Okay.
good.
That item was approved 7-0. Brings us to item number 29. Consider an ordinance pertaining to vehicles and traffic. Brian, thank you.
We have item 26.
Sorry. You're not done yet.
You got the engineering, which I think is just 35,000.
Soil sample, yes.
26, okay. As a condition of the Lawton Youth Sports Trust Authority agreement with Standard Engineering becoming effective, consider approving by 2/3 vote the underlying project for a sports facility and/or complex for the specific scope of the project to be determined at a future date.
So, Mayor, Council, this item was actually approved by the Sports Authority on March 13th at their regular meeting. In talking with our bond counsel on financing and stuff, and because council hadn't approved the project fully like we just did, it was recommended that we include language in the standard agreement that says that it just would need to be ratified by 2/3 vote of council. The authority has already approved it. This is for soil testing at the site, which is very important. They need to move on that because you have to decide where you're going to put the building based on soil samples. It's roughly a $33,000 contract. Could go up to an option another $1,200 or $1,300 if we do locates, but we're needing council's ratification of this by 2/3, please. Any questions?
Questions from council or a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve. Please vote.
Real quickly, Mayor, I'd like to say that Brian just represents one of many volunteers that our city has working for us all the time and devotes a lot of time. We can't appreciate them enough. Thank you, Brian.
All right, and thank you, Ms. Hankins. We're going to go to the addendum now so that Chris can get on the road. On the addendum, we have business item number 1. Not to mention, this has to do with getting 38th Street going. So it's of a high interest to everybody. Consider award of the construction contract award to G&G Construction, Inc. for project PW 2503, 38th Street rehabilitation, contingent upon a favorable legal review by the city attorney.
Mr.
George,
Mayor,
you first?
Yes, I am. Mr. Mayor and Council, we opened bids last week on the 38th Street rehabilitation and mill and overlay. And we did due diligence on the bidders that bid this, and the Streets and Bridges Committee decided that it would be extremely most prudent to award the contract to the second bidder instead of the low bidder. So I've asked Chris Scenario, who is with WSB, our engineering consultants, to brief the council on the reasons that we decided to go with second bidder instead of low bidder. He has handed out a pamphlet, you have it in your pile of information there somewhere, which outlines what he's going to go over, that gives the reasons for this. And when he gets done going over these reasons, then I'll have a motion to read with certain stipulations and certain things to go over. So at this time, Chris, if you would please, entertain us with the briefing. It looks
Sorry, can you hear me? Thank you, Mayor, single council members.
It looks
as part of the evaluation process, prior to us making a recommendation to council on awarding a construction contract, we look at two conditions. One is the lowest apparent bidder, and the second component is the responsibility aspect, which is often typically difficult to ascertain. In this particular situation, we took the contractor, Shirley Construction, the apparent low bidder, looked at their reference list of projects and did a comparables assessment based on projects that they have previously done that were of comparable scale and complexity as 38th Street. Based on our findings, it appears that this contractor did not responsibly prosecute that work, nor the contract obligations to the owners. There's some compelling evidence through phone conversations, news outlets, and then some comprehensive research on some municipal agendas and meeting minutes that we were able to find. We also have a letter from a CED4 county commissioner who has experience with this particular contractor, and it was his recommendation as well to not award this contract based on his experience, which, quite frankly, seems to align with what we have found. The two projects that we looked at the first one was in the city of Durant, University Boulevard. That project was wrought with just problems. Some of the contractor delays. There's actually cited evidence that the contractor did not appear to do the work for extended periods of time, and quality issues with the placement of the material and quality control with the finished product, for lack of a better term. And the second project that we looked at and assessed was in Cole County. This was an ODOT project, and the results were pretty much mirroring what we found with the first project. So we cannot, in all good conscience, recommend this contractor to the city of Lawton, in particular for this particular project, being of its merit and being of the high profile that already is, and the complexities that we already feel we're going to be challenged with. So our recommendation is, in fact, to not proceed with this particular contractor.
Mayor? Yes. Not always is the lowest bid the best choice.
That is correct.
And
Councilman.
I am so glad that you have done diligence in looking at this information to also to protect us as a city and our constituents. We're stewards of their money. So thank you, Chris.
My pleasure.
Any other questions or comments? Do you have a recommended motion?
If not, I'd like to, for the reasons that Chris just gave, representing WSB, our engineering consultant, I move to award the construction contract to TNG Construction. I'm making a motion.
Okay, we've got a motion.
But I need to read more. I'm not
Okay.
done with the motion
Are you
yet.
wanting me to interrupt the motion to say something?
No, I mean, I can wait until after the motion, but
Okay.
there's a comment I need to make.
That's fine. For reasons set forth in WSB's presentation, I move to award the construction contract to TNG Construction, adopt WSB's written report as the City Council's public statement for the reasons for awarding the contract to TNG Construction, and thirdly, after legal completely reviews this and okays this and authorizes its execution, to award this contract.
Can we have a motion? Do we have a second? We do have a second. City Manager.
Mayor and Council, I just want to make clear that the reason, because our code requires us to be very specific when we don't select the low bidder. So in accordance with Chapter 10, 108, B2, Lawton City Code, the reason that we did not select the low bidder is ability of the bidder to perform the contract. So I just want to make clear that that is the legal basis upon which we did not select the low bidder, in this case, Shirelli Construction, but just wanted to make that point clear for the record.
I think that's clear in my motion. I appreciate that, John. I stated to adopt WSB's written report, and that's stated in that report as part of this motion for our reason as the council doing that. So I think, according to Tim, that this is enough.
So John's right, and the councilman's right. And so, John, what we're going to do based on Gil's motion is this report that's been passed out to council that will be published. It's part of the record. It will be on file in the clerk's office if the motion passes, and it will be what's mailed to all of the bidders who did not get the contract as the rationale for why they didn't get it. And we could certainly add language which you just mentioned, the ability of the bidder to perform under contract to this.
Yeah, I didn't see that specific language in Chris's paper, and that's fine. I mean, I wouldn't expect you, but I just want to make that point clear.
So, Chris, we'll need to add that language that John mentioned to this if that's part of your motion, Gil.
Well, they did make, and that's fine, I'm in agreement with all that, but WSB did make that inference with the way they wrote it. I know he didn't read it word for word, but we can certainly stiffen that particular item in the language because his report was to deny and accept second bidder for those reasons that he stated, but he didn't get into detail, and it was from performance. And that was
Yeah,
that was certainly my report when I started
Okay.
this.
I
Yeah.
think we're in agreement.
Right,
I
we
just
are,
wanted
we
to
are.
make it abundantly clear.
Further discussion or debate? Please vote.
Just one more thing, Mayor,
Okay.
too, on the last part of Gil's motion about legal reviewing. We just got the contract from TNG in late yesterday, so we're reviewing it, not seeing any issues with it at this point, so I don't think it'll be a long review for us to get the contract through. Thank you.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank
Let
you,
the
Chris.
construction begin.
Yes, I'm right on legal's tail. because I
Item
wanna put these-
27.
I want to award that bid. You've got the documents and all ready to get this bid awarded, right, Chris? Yes, I'm with you.
Thank you, Chris. Good job. Appreciate you. Item 27, consider discussing the division of the Community Block Development Grant, CDBG, Community Development Block Grant, I think's what that's supposed to say, among the proposed public service organizations, PSOs, and discuss the ranking system to be used to grade each PSO and take action as necessary. Gary?
Yes, sir. I think the way the item read that it was discussion, so I wasn't sure if I was going to start with.
Well, you're going to kind of give us an overview. And
Overview.
then we're going to go at it. But you're going to give us an overview so we know what we're doing.
Okay.
And give us some background because there's been some meetings, right?
Sure.
We got to be brought up to date on those meetings.
Okay. The overview is the history of this. When I came on board in late 2021, there had already, this process had already been completed. Then we got into 2022 when we were actually working on the next annual action plan. And there was a lot of discussion among I think it had gone to the CPC once and then it went back. And I basically went to the applications and asked the PSOs that were applying to consider taking the money split evenly across the board. And we got in a conference room and they agreed to that. So at that point, I was asked if we were going to continue to do that process, and it kind of took the political aspect of it out of it. So we did that in 23 and in 24 as well. As far as the meetings go, we meet with the PSOs.
The original plan was also to continue doing that in 25 as well. And then we had the meeting in January with council, and council directed us to meet with Councilwoman Hankins and kind of go over our process. And so we have met with her, and she actually has a copy of all of the PSO applications that we've got at this point. We did meet with the PSOs a few weeks ago prior to them submitting all the applications, and we did let them know that there was a possibility of doing a grading system this year. And that's where the letter that was attached to the item came from. The PSOs opted to write that letter to request that everything remain the same, as it's not easy to grade the different PSOs and what they do.
And I think council, if I recall correctly, provided direction at the last time that we discussed this to prioritize PSOs that directed their relief efforts to the homeless population.
And certainly that discussion was that did we want to make homeless the priority? Ms. Hankins, would you like to report about the meeting you were in or anything you want to say about that?
I just was sitting in just as a council member with experience with social work. And so we had a good meeting, and we intended to have another meeting. I went to do something I didn't know I could do. I went to mediation, and so I was out that day, but I enjoyed that. But I didn't get to attend another meeting. I am comfortable, I think, with what we're looking at doing this year. So, which is spread it even, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I've got some questions. As I read the AIC, got some interesting information. Apparently, there was a community needs survey done at some time. I'm not quite sure when that was.
2021, it was for the con plan. The con plan is 2021 through 2025. It's a 5-year plan. The action plans that occur every year after 2021 are tied to that con plan. And so that's why that survey is carried forward for the next 5 years. We're in the process in the next coming year. We'll be going through all of that, and I would recommend that we have committees with some council members on them to talk about exactly what projects and what our needs are for the next 5 years, which will be 26 through 31. And I think that would be, there's a lot of work and a lot of committees that need to go over what our projects are and make sure that that what we do for the next 5 years is on point. I think that's the time to go through. And a public service organization project is not mandatory. It's optional. And so, I mean, but that is the only place that you can give, you can assist with the homeless services and assist those agencies that perform those.
It's the only place we can use for
CDBG.
operations, for operational money. We can assist through capital, can we not? We've assisted the Veteran Resource Center.
It was done through CDBG funding.
Pardon me?
It was done through CDBG funding.
The VRC, 150,000 of it was CDBG, the other 700,000 was home funds. And that home funds was done on the premise that I think the thought going into it was that it was going to be a shelter. And after it was completed, then it became HUD's position that it needed to be single-room occupancy rentals. And so that's what's caused a lot of the confusion on that. But that's what made it able to be paid for with home funds.
But there was some CDBG when
that was for the infrastructure. That was for the change in electric and all of the different sewer lines and infrastructure items that went into the
So
building.
this is something that we as a council deal with once a year. And in
Yes, sir.
my 6 years, now 7, being here, I've heard every year that we don't want to give the money to the same people every time. We want a rotation. And I've heard that we make people dependent upon the money. And then I was in Oklahoma City with you. And
Yes, sir.
I forget the guy's name that gave us the tour. But I asked him, and he said Oklahoma City doesn't give any through this. They give it all to capital items. What might he be talking about? If home funds is where you gave money to the Veteran Resource Center, what can CDBG be used for if it's not to assist with operations of these PSOs?
Only 15% can be used for the operations of the PSOs. The other projects that we have, we're paying on the last year of Section 108. It's a loan that the CDBG's been paying back for a long time. It's the Second Street project. And that money, I saw a letter dated in 24 to yourself and the manager, I believe, but on that, because of our record of paying that, it was a $2 million loan and it's going to be completed. They were offering a $3 million Section 108 loan. So that's capital.
Okay, is the CDBG used by us to do capital items in qualifying neighborhoods? Or can CDBG be granted to organizations to provide housing? For instance, low barrier housing. Could we, assuming application was made, help the Salvation Army rebuild their low barrier housing?
I think we could help with the infrastructure portion of it.
And we can use home funds to help with the
CDBG for the infrastructure. Home funds would, but home funds for a low barrier shelter, the ways, the projects that are allowable, I don't see how it would help Salvation Army. The funds that Oklahoma City uses for their shelter, for that gentleman that we spoke of, the funds they use for that are ESG and COC grants. Those are the grants that are technically for homelessness. When he spoke about not spending any money on PSOs, he was speaking from his perspective. I contacted Todd Smith, the manager of the CDBG and home grants, and they do provide funding for PSOs as we do. Most of the entitlement grants in Oklahoma do have a PSO program.
Okay, so the information he gave us was incorrect. Thank you for that. I've got another question. In the AIC, it says that the grading system caused challenges. There tended to be conflicts within the group because one PSO received additional funding than another and didn't understand why. If it's a grading system, doesn't that explain why?
The grading system, just the differences in what each agency performs, and that's one of the things that the PSOs, to have a good PSO program, which I think we have a great one, they all, there's not supposed to be a lot of overlap. The only overlap we have in our PSOs right now, I would say, are the veterans, the Lawton Support Services, which is for veterans, and Grandeur of Grace, except for Grandeur of Grace is more low barrier, and Lawton Support Services is a higher barrier in what they do. So I think we got full coverage of that. But the argument that the PSO program, that this is a startup for them, I never, that's not what it says in HUD guidance, and it's not really, it doesn't, I've heard that ever since I've been here, but I've never seen it. And the big thing about that is that they are all nonprofits. They all live off of grants. This grant is not a large grant, but it gives them access to other grants, and it's a process. So it's, if you have a good, strong PSO program, they're fitting your needs and the needs of the community. And I think overall, the needs have been, people are satisfied mostly with what they perform.
Well, what was that about startup? I didn't understand.
Excuse me?
What was it you said about startup funds? I didn't understand.
I'm not sure exactly how I phrased it, but the startup funds, I guess.
You said you disagreed with the argument that it was.
That it was to get them started, to get them going. and then they would move on and be self-sustaining. They're nonprofits. They're not self-sustaining. They're living off of grants. That's how they fund that's what makes them nonprofits.
Yes, Ms. Hankins.
So there are times when grants won't pay for capital at all. They typically will, for, wages or whatever, but they don't pay for capital. And I don't know if that's changed since I've been out of the field. But if it does pay for capital, then I can see that really being advantageous to some of the nonprofits in Lawton.
So we had this community survey in 21.
Yes, sir.
It's time to redo it.
Absolutely.
They said neighborhood cleanup was important. That's still important. Youth services were second. That's still important, but we've also started a youth and family committee about the same time as that, and then homeless services. So where this all came up is, what I hear from community members and council members, I think, is that homelessness and the effects of homelessness on the community are our number one priority right now. And where our discussion has revolved around is, should that be the priority as we determine where to give this money away? Mr. Warren.
I'll agree with what the mayor was saying earlier, but also I feel like that is, at this point in our plan, that is the most important thing. Homelessness has become a centralized issue that touches everything that we do, from litter to, just everything. It has a place in every department, just about. And we're a community that is less affected by it than a lot of communities are. So our problems aren't insurmountable, but we need to figure out a method to do that. And I think we have to force the issue at some point, and I don't know how to do that because I don't know all the rules, but we have to force the issue of, if we decide that this CDBG home / whatever, however we can use it, evidently we can only use CDBG money for homeless, but it should all be dedicated towards that in some way, shape, or form. And we have to have a plan. Again, like we spoke of earlier, that it's like we don't have a plan, because the mayor spoke of it earlier. 30 years ago, I sat in the old building, and we discussed these same issues, and probably some of the same entities were receiving funds then that are receiving funds now, yet the problems haven't changed. I don't know if it's because we didn't have a plan. It's like it's like we all gather together for the distribution of the money, but we don't all gather together for the solution. And it's like we continue to pay people to look for a solution. We don't pay for people to find them. We don't require any kind of demonstrated success metrics. It's like, how did you use that money in a positive way? We don't require participation in any kind of entry systems or partnerships with other homeless providers. We don't require that. We should require that. We should require some kind of interconnectivity with all these groups. We should also completely and totally deny any overlap. We talk about, well, maybe there's just a little overlap. Well, there shouldn't be any overlap. Overlap's wasted money. And I use the example, and I know it's not right and it's not true, but it's a good example. We've got a lot of people that want to do good, and they feel good about helping people with a clothes closet. And so there are 15 clothes closets across town. Each one of them have 2 pairs of shoes and a coat and a blouse. And that doesn't function very well. If we had one clothes closet in the center of town that had 150 pairs of shoes and all kinds of coats, and then the first thing I hear from people is, yeah, well, how is somebody going to get there? Well, we figured that out. We get them a bus ticket to get from across town to downtown. We figured out a way to get LPS students to school and back on LATs. We can figure out some way to get it done. But not doing it is not getting it done. I mean, I got all these ideas, but no practical experience. But we just got to start measuring stuff and only doing the stuff that works. You know, and I know we give money to, and I think all those groups do good things. But I know of one out there that we've been giving money to for years and years and years and years that has a nice, beautiful building now. But they're still getting money. They still apply. They still get the money. I'm one of the proponents of the startups. I think it should be seed money, because if you can't create a program that is functional and that you can get other grants with that seed money, then maybe we need to move on to a different program that can. Again, that's that whole, we pay people to look for cures, not find them. Anyway, that's all I've got.
Mayor, if I may, I agree with everything you're saying, Councilman Warren. Maybe we need to discuss this a little bit more, and it might be more appropriate to discuss it at the Homeless Action Committee level and come up with some metrics and in a measuring stick that we can use in evaluating these organizations, so we can reward those that are successful, and we can invest in those organizations that are having an impact.
Mr. Mayor, there was an optic the other day, and I think sometimes we need a picture. And I'll paint that picture for you. As I go home, I was seeing this homeless man, which I assumed he was, but he was in a red blanket, kind of a sleeping bag type thing. Go by again and again, he's still there. My concern is he alive in there? And so called the fire department, the police department came out, and they tried to arouse this man. And he was violent actions, very violent, okay? And so it's spring break, and all these children are out riding their bicycles. And all of a sudden, all these children came down the street on their bicycles. So I went to tell them I said, which one's the mother here? And one little girl said, me, and I don't think so. So I followed them back and told their dad to not let them come on down there, because, if they saw someone laying there, some kids with more curiosity might, and that was a dangerous situation, and those things are happening. Not all homeless are violent or mentally ill, but this man, I would say, with my limited diagnosis, that he's definitely mentally ill and seriously angry. So that's just a picture.
Charlotte.
We do have a couple representatives from a couple of the PSOs that would like to say a few words, if you will allow it.
Sure. Go ahead and give us your name and address, okay?
Yes.
And your organization, of course.
Write it or just say it?
Yeah.
Okay. Or write it? Say it. My name is Glenn Gatling. I am the founder and director of All About Understanding. And you said you need the address as well? Okay. So my resident address is 6047 Southwest 112th Street, Lawton, Oklahoma, 73505. And then we have a P.O. box location for our business. So, okay, we're good. As the founder and director of All About Understanding, in case you haven't heard of us, we teach social emotional life skills to the youth. That entails of communication, being able to communicate effectively, when you're able to control your emotions, what type of decisions you make regarding your emotions and what you're going through. And the foundation of our organization is, and our program is self-awareness. Know yourself, be yourself. To paint a picture of how, and then also let me directly say, we do help homelessness, except we do it with the youth that are homeless. The reason why I started and been blessed with a team to start All About Understanding is because I was in the school system and I saw kids that were homeless based off of the generational homelessness that was passed down to them. They lost hope because they were hungry and homeless. They did not know how to control their emotions, which they ended up in ISD, which I was a supervisor of. They did not know how to communicate when they came in to school that morning because of what they've been through. So I wanted to personally, like my wife said, stop complaining while you're sitting on the couch watching the news. I wanted to personally help the youth that are homeless, which will in turn hopefully stop a generational curse and then retroact backwards to help their parents. These youth are homeless. Not only are they homeless, they are also homeless by way of foster care because it's a temporary home setting. And in their mindset, they're still homeless. When they go from couch to couch, they are homeless. They are not able to succeed in school because they are homeless. So we come at it from the perception of you are youth. Now, I understand when we talk about homelessness, we do think about the adults that are in any position that they are in, but we want to be proactive. So when we were actually invited last year to be a part of PSO, we checked the box of youth services, homelessness, neighborhood cleanup, because we do have a street that we do take them out to clean so they can understand, to be proud of their location, right? But then also too, to speak on the behalf of the organizations that are not here. They all have a positive impact on homelessness. When you talk about overlap, it is difficult to not have overlap when you have so much homelessness, but a minimum amount of organizations. Just like the youth or all of us who are youth or nonprofits that focus on the youth, we don't mind the overlap because the last census of 2020, and I probably need to update that, 21,750 youth. There's no way that with the organizations that are here, that are helping, doing a wonderful job, that we can still tap into the youth. That was 2020. So you know they're still out there having babies because that's a whole nother topic of what they need to learn and things that they need to control. So once again, I just want to point out that I don't think there's any organization that is not tapping in to the homeless. We're just asking that we open up our mindset on what the definition of homelessness is. If you don't see the youth on the street pushing the shopping cart, and that's a terrible way to stereotype them, but that is a fact when you talk to some community members who may not be educated. It's not that they don't have the heart, but they just may not be educated of the amount of youth that are actually homeless, right? And then how we personally will work with Family Promise, who is a family shelter for homelessness, when they need somebody to tap into the decisions that were made that landing them to be homeless. That's where we come in, because there's few people that woke up and said, I want to be without a home. There was a decision that was made, whether that was 100% on them or whether that was 1% on them. There was a decision that was made based off of their circumstances, based off of what was passed down to them. When we talk about homelessness as well, these youth that we mentor and that the parents have advocated that we do a great job, they also, when they graduate, they will lose hope because the school is their only shelter. The school is the only place where they know they're guaranteed a meal. Once they graduate, then they lose hope thinking that they're about to go out into this world homeless. So what do the youth do? This is somewhere else where we help. They will commit a crime because they have settled for the fact that I need to have guaranteed shelter and guaranteed food, which is jail.
So we're kind of out of time, but I
I'm
want to
sorry.
clarify, the kids you work with are homeless children.
Yeah, not all of them, but we have a percentage. We
Okay.
have, go ahead.
I don't want to make you sit around and wait till we're through with the executive session, but I'd like for you to give the clerk your name and phone number, and
Okay.
I'd like to give you a call.
Okay.
All right?
Sure will.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And do you want to come up and speak, ma'am? And we'll need your name and residence address.
My name is Sarah Savek. I actually live in Elgin, but I'm the executive director of Family Promise, the homeless shelter for children here. I actually covered a lot of this when we presented to the Planning Commission last week, but or I don't think it was last week. I don't know when it was. I'm sorry. I just want to touch on a couple of things. One of the reasons why the PSOs came to the conclusion that we should separate out all of the CDBG money is because it's a fairly simple federal grant. And by saying that, we have the leverage to tell more sophisticated grants that we already get a federal grant. So basically, when you split it up amongst all of us, it gives us leverage and opportunity to apply for more money to come here. I mean, let's be honest, the full pot is not enough to sustain a homeless shelter here. If we gave every single penny of it to one specific homeless shelter, it wouldn't be able to sustain the entire thing. But the way that we have been doing it in the last, I mean, I guess it's been 4 or 5 years because I've never done it with the competitive scale. We split it up, and the strategy behind that is every PSO then turns around, and when we put in our applications for COC funding, for home funding, for any other type of federal grant, we can show as proof the City of Lawton backs us up because we get this 10 to 13 grant. That's what we've been doing that for, those reasons. And as far as the overlap goes, I mean, there's a lot to cover here. I'm not going to bore you with everything. You already know. It's hard to say that in one breath that we don't see as much homeless problem here in Lawton as other places, and then the other breath say, well, that, you know, we don't have any proof of what you're doing. That's the proof of what we're doing. I had 789 families come through Family Promise just last year and were touched in some way. The reason why the PSOs stick together so tightly is because not all of those families needed the services that I had. I was able to send them to get other things from other people. And in order for those organizations to apply for money, almost every grant, even from foundations, say, does your municipal government in your area support you? And when we have the PSO grant for each one of us, we can say yes. And it brings in a ton more money. And that's like the business side of it, okay? As far as the metrics and how we prove ourselves, we don't know how you want to judge that. We've already written this grant. So we don't know what it was that you wanted to hear in the grant to be secured that funding. So to start it right now is to be frank, it's unfair because we don't know what it is that you want us to show you. So that's one of the other points. I'm trying to cover everything that everyone has told me because this has been kind of a hot topic, you know, because we all have such limited budgets as it is. Yes, it would hurt some organizations more than others to take away the split up of the CDBG grant, but in reality, it's going to affect everybody equally if one of the organizations go down. And the proof of that is seeing Salvation Army isn't open. When we wrote that plan in 2021, we were under the guise of there's going to be 25 individual beds and also having fully functioning C-card or crane. So we were focused on a certain demographic at that time. But now we're switching in the middle of the game because we didn't know what was going to happen. So basically what I want to say, because I'm getting the hurry up thing, is one, it's not fair. We didn't know how we were writing the grant or what audience we were writing the grant to. Two, we all use this as leverage to get more money into the community for homeless, and taking that away might jeopardize even way more than the pot that you're offering. And the last thing to say is I just want to go on record We are the mid-barrier family homeless shelter that's fully functional and fully operational. We have the numbers. If we did it the way that you guys are talking about, we would have a substantial chance of getting a lot of the funding. So that's how important it is to me that we continue splitting this. Because even though I would be the one that benefits the most from it, I know the big picture is that it just wouldn't work.
But I'd like to know, you said, how many families did you help last year?
We had 789 families come through the center.
And 89 families come through the center. What does that mean, come through the center?
Well, we offer multiple different types of services. We do diversion, which keeps them out of the shelter. If they contact us beforehand, before they're evicted, then we can get them connected to resources to keep them in their house. Or if they have a family member or somebody that is willing to let them stay at their house, we work them as if they were in the shelter. So we had, I think it was 112 families that avoided coming to the shelter because we provided those services outside of the shelter. And we had 64 individuals, which totaled, I think it was 24 families that stayed in the shelter, and those were really critical ones that took, you know, all the way from getting someone that has a felony into housing, all the work that goes behind that. That's the most critical cases are in the shelter. And then outside of that, we provide stabilization to families we've already housed. And we also provide over $150,000 worth of in-kind donation distribution amongst all the PSOs.
Okay, thank you. Shereen?
I have a question, Family Promise. I remember my old church, because y'all have a lot of assistance from the churches too, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
To my understanding, sometimes the families they're there at the churches that they take them in also, where they
We don't
can
do that
provide
anymore. It was the pilot program was a rotational system where the families would stay at a congregation for a week at a time. And then when COVID happened, we were in the the old J. Roy Dunning Children's Shelter building. So we transformed that just into a static shelter. But all of the congregations that support us, they provide a community meal to our clients every day, 365.
Okay, thank you for coming. Council, John has suggested that the homeless committee take that up. I can put that on the agenda. We've got a meeting coming up April 1, but I'm going to suggest the homeless committee is not qualified to make those measurable metrics. So I'm not sure how well that's going to work, but I don't mind taking it up. But I don't see us being able to do the measurable metrics. I'm not a social worker, okay? But we'll figure this out. And it sounds like we've got more work to do. More than happy to allow any council member to speak up now. Nobody? You want to say something else?
I just wanted to give another piece of information on Salvation Army. I had contact with Salvation Army, and they were going to apply because their shelter is like 2 to 3 years away is what they told me. But that winter and summer, when it's too hot and it's too cold, that program that they run, we could assist with that through the PSO program, but they could not. They had some problems that came up and they couldn't get invested, but that program cost them $60,000 to $70,000 a year.
Okay. Thank you for that, Gary. I'm going to need you in that meeting on April 1. And I think the number one thing this body needs is a one sheet. What is CDBG? And what are its possibilities? What is home? What is its possibilities? Because I don't even think we totally understand it. Okay? Anything else, council, before we go? All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Number 28, consider an ordinance pertaining to administration by repealing and reserving section 234, 326, and 234, 327, division 234, article 23, chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, related to boards, trusts, commissions, and committees, in order to dissolve the Traffic Commission, providing for said building, and by separate vote, declaring an emergency. Michael.
Yes, sir. So essentially, we're following the direction to dissolve the traffic commission. We have, in the 8 months that I've been here, we have only been able to meet quorum twice. And essentially, all of our traffic control measures are more or less being hung up, and we want to make sure that we can get those pushed through. So this is what these next several resolutions are for, is to dissolve the traffic commission in its entirety. I did want to publicly thank the members of these traffic commissions. They are all volunteer citizens, as you mentioned earlier. So just want to make sure that that was out there, that we are publicly recognizing and appreciating the service that they've done. The Traffic Commission has been around for years, and we've had numerous citizens that have served on that. So,
Mr. Gill.
I move to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance to read the title only.
Is there a second? Second. We do have a second. Please read the title.
Okay. This is an ordinance pertaining to administration, repealing and reserving sections 2-3-4-326 and 2-3-4-327, Division 234, Article 2-3, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, related to boards, trusts, commissions, and committees in order to dissolve the Traffic Commission, providing for severability and declaring an emergency. So we'll have to have one vote on the ordinance, and then we'll have to have a second motion and vote on the emergency.
Okay, please vote on the ordinance. Motion carries 7-0. Now, do we need motions for the?
We need a motion for the emergency.
Okay.
I can't get, there you go. I move to
declare an emergency.
Declare an emergency.
Second? We have a second. Please vote. What does this take? 6? It gets them all. 7-0.
We've got it.
Okay. Item 29, please read that for me.
Okay, yes, sir. Item 29, consider ordinance pertaining to vehicles and traffic, creating section 23-1-107, Article 23-1, Chapter 23, Lawton City Code 2015, to include emergency and experimental regulations, which was previously found in Chapter 2 of Lawton City Code, providing for codification, providing for severability, and by separate vote declare an emergency.
Michael.
same thing, just the
Same thing, same thing.
administrative
Make a motion.
it's an administrative effort to make sure that the Traffic Commission is dissolved in its entirety.
Make a
Okay.
motion to declare emergency.
Okay, we've got a motion to waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Do we have a second? We have a second. Please read the title.
Okay, an ordinance pertaining to vehicles and traffic by creating Division 23-1-107, Article 23-1, Chapter 23, Lawton City Code 2015, to include emergency and experimental regulations, which was previously found in Chapter 2 of Lawton City Code, providing for codification, providing for severability, and by separate vote declaring emergency.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Are you making a motion to declare an emergency?
I did, yes.
Is there a second? We do have a second. Please vote. Need one more. Got it. 7-0.
Item 30, consider an ordinance pertaining to bicycles by amending Section 23-18-1808, Article 23-18, Chapter 23, Lawton City Code 2015, to remove reference to Traffic Commission, providing for severability, and for this one, establishing an effective date.
Okay, Mr. Gill.
I make a motion to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of, and read title only.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Well, an ordinance pertaining to bicycles and amending Section 23-18-1808, Article 23-18, Chapter 23, Lawton City Code 2015, to remove reference to Traffic Commission, providing for severability and establishing effective date.
Now please vote. Motion carries 7-0.
Item 31, consider adopting a resolution authorizing traffic control measures with the installation of an autistic child sign at or near 1011 Southwest McKinley Avenue.
You have a motion for approval?
Motion for approval.
Second. We have a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 32, Tim.
Item 32, consider adopting a resolution authorizing traffic control measures with the installation of an autistic child sign at or near 7609 Southwest Cherokee Avenue.
Do we
Make
have
a motion to approve.
Motion for approval and a second. Please vote. Motion carries. Item 33.
Item 33, consider adopting a resolution authorizing traffic control measures with the installation of an autistic child sign at or near 6203 Ash Avenue.
Make a motion to approve.
You have a second. Please vote.
Okay.
Motion carries. Tim?
Yes, passed 7-0. Next item is staff reports. Item 34, provide City Council with an update on initiatives to enhance efficiencies in the Safe and Clean Neighborhood Services Division and take action as deemed necessary.
Larry?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I will tell you that this efficiency report that I conducted consisted of 57 days, and it is still ongoing as we speak. I quickly learned that assessing is a process that you just don't close the door on. You continue, and I will continue to assess this program until the day we close the door on it. Just to let you know, to search for efficiencies and find different ways to interlock the staff and make it happen. But with that being said, the first thing that I did dive into was our code enforcement officer manning. And after reviewing and assessing each ward's needs and the city's needs, I quickly realized that our current manning and manpower is at 8. Suggested manning level was at 20. I proposed 12 for the reasons that I already listed, that we continued. If you haven't noticed, we have already met, in fact, exceeded 40 D&Ds per month with 8. Now, if we increase to those 12, we will allow boots on the ground, if you will, or our supervisors the opportunity to train, coach, teach, and mentor all of the new code enforcement officers, which will be significant when you start talking about the gains in efficiencies. And I'm very confident, Mr. Mayor and City Council, that we will meet the 90%. We're doing it now. We will exceed it within the first year and 99 in the following years, the 99%.
And Council, if I could just add, the effective date of the program, if you recall, was 1 April, and we already met the goal for the month of March, and we're not even supposed to be operational at this point. So credit to Larry and his team for that.
Mr. Jernigan. I will go dive a little bit further. There was a need for standard operating procedures across the board in both the Safe and Clean Neighborhood Services, and we're working through that right now. When I say standard operating procedures, we do have codes and things, but I'm talking internally. Things that we can do to enhance the codes and services to the citizen. So we will get there. Some recommendations is to prioritize the wards with most blight issues so that we can get to them first. One near and dear to me is to produce a guide for citizens that's easier to understand. Take the code out of code, okay? I read through some of those codes, and within 3 minutes I was asking John, I was like, what does that mean? If I'm asking that, I know the citizens are too. So we decided to take the top 10 citation areas, and we're going to move them into an information pamphlet and help our citizens by explaining to them how they got in this predicament and how we can get them out of it. Also, cross-training was a big one. In the building division, incentivizing inspector certification some kind of way. Maybe a bonus for making it through those exams, because they're pretty lengthy and very difficult at times. John, you want to speak on this? It's a lot worse. It's a lot worse. You don't get a weapon, sir.
So we have also ordered our new neighborhood watch signs right here. This little QR code that we are going to be putting up in our areas. actually takes you to a online portal that Caitlin and her team helped us out with. And what this does is this takes you to the iHelp screen, also to the bulk waste schedule as well, and also how to identify D&D properties. So these will be going up. We already have 25 that were already made that we're going to be putting up throughout areas of town.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
They'll know their bulk waste for their neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
Will it say all the bulk waste, or will it say for their neighborhood?
It'll say all the bulk waste.
Okay.
It'll list all of them.
And how to ID, okay, gotcha, thank you.
John,
Yes, ma'am.
quick question. If we already have neighborhood watch signs up in our neighborhood, are these going to be replacements?
it can be.
They can be. Yes,
I
ma'am.
was just-
I believe I mean, that's not a bad
just-
idea to get the new ones
The
up.
old ones won't have the code on them. so
Correct.
that's why.
Yeah, and they're so much smaller.
Yes, ma'am. So these are, as you can see, big and bright, so people will actually see them. So once again, all suspicious activities will be reported to the police department. We make sure we blew up this sign instead of having like the small 8 by 11 inch signs where these are 10 by 20. Another thing that we are looking at as well is the 2018 International Property Maintenance Code, 30 days earlier. So starting April 8th, every property that will be coming to council will be sent or has been sent a 2018 IPMC, International Property Maintenance Code, that's going to help the property owners identify deficiencies with their properties before we bring them to the city council for the D&D. With that being said, we've already gotten numerous calls from property owners saying, hey, thank you, what do I need to do to get this corrected, get this fixed? And we will tell them, hey, you need to get a hold of the building division, go down there, get a permit to replace your roof, to replace your windows, to replace your doors, to get the deficiencies fixed. Yes, sir.
That sounds a lot like True North.
Yes, sir.
John?
Yes, ma'am.
One other question. for
Absolutely.
you. With these extra, and Larry also, with these extra enforcers, is each ward going to get a certain number or certain code enforcers that are going to really know our neighborhoods?
So each ward will have one dedicated code enforcement officer. The other 4 that we're looking at trying to hire is me and Larry are going to be looking at the areas where there's most need for them, and we're going to make sure that we address those areas and put the code enforcement officer in that area.
I had mentioned that this was probably going to happen to my watch meeting, and my watch really would love at that, when you get ready, to have them come speak at.
We're ready now, so you just let me know when your neighborhood watch is, and we will get that on the schedule. Myself and my code enforcement officer of that area will be more than happy to attend the meeting.
So I mentioned a Mission Village, and they were just over the top. But I did just go on, I just scanned this, and this is beautiful. I mean, it's active right now. Absolutely gorgeous.
All kudos to Caitlin's team on that.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Caitlin. Hey, this is dynamite. I scanned it, yeah, and this pulled right up. Portal guest, report non-emergency, sign in. How beautiful. Thank you. Yeah. And when you hit the website on it, my goodness, yeah, we're cooking. Thank you.
Nope, you're fine,
No,
sir.
you're fine, sir. Any questions or anything?
Yep. Any questions?
You feel like you can do not only the D&D quota we gave you, but you feel like you can meet the expectations on education, identifying the properties and getting 90% in compliance in a year, then another quarter to get to 99%. Do you believe you can do that with 12?
I do, sir.
Okay, I have faith in you. Already making progress, we're already seeing the positivity. And so, council, would you like any comments? Questions?
We'll get there.
I really think this is going to transform our city.
Yes, sir.
And I love the name, Safe and Clean Neighborhood Services. That's awesome. Thank you,
That's
guys.
the new name. See?
Now, what's the name of the division or the department?
Community enrichment.
Community Enrichment, and underneath it, we have Safe and Clean Neighborhoods and Parks, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. That is absolutely community enrichment. Any other comments before we move on? Thank you guys so much. Look forward to more positive results.
Yes, sir.
And, well, I'll visit with the city manager about whether we need to go to 2 D&Ds a month to cover that 40. But I'll get with him about that.
We'll make that.
All right.
We'll make that easy.
Well, what happens if those commercial ones take a lot of time. And if we don't want to run into our regular meeting, we may need to consider that. Next item, please.
Item 35, provide city council with an update on the fiscal year 2024 audit process.
Rebecca.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am honored to tell you we're still on track for closing on March 31st, meaning we will bring that final audit to you on April the 8th. But I have a side note for you that we may not have highlighted to this point. By turning in our documents on March 31st, we will have one step closer to being able to minimize the audit work that is done on our city. When we receive 2 on-time reports for our single audit, we go from 40% review to 20% review. So as of March 31st, when that is filed, we will be one step closer. Thank you.
That's so important to the whole city, to every CIP project and everything we do is so important, and we thank you for getting us there and your team. We know it takes a team, and you've done a great job being the head coach.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I need a motion for executive session.
Mayor Booker,
Yes.
before we go into executive session, can we go back to item 22?
Oh, yes, we can. And Kristen has asked that we just go ahead and strike it and put it on the next agenda because we want to appreciate these kids, okay?
Yeah.
All right, now we have a motion and a second. Let's call the roll. Tim, thank you.
Hankins? Smith? Chapman? Gill? Uyghur? Williams? Warren?
Okay, I need a motion to come back. We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith.
Yes.
Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, number 36.
Item 36, pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending action in United States District Court for the Western District of Oklahoma titled Kent Jackson as personal representative of the estate of Israel Williams versus City of Lawton et al., case number 5:23CV00284G. The conversation occurred, and there's no action necessary on that item.
Number 37, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending action in United States District Court for Western District of Oklahoma titled Joseph Gonzalez versus personal representative of the estate of Tashante Gonzalez, deceased versus City of Lawton et al., case number CIV 241022D. That conversation occurred and a motion is pending.
Mayor, City Council, I move to approve a first amended retainer agreement for the professional services between the City of Lawton and Pierce, Couch, Hendrickson, and Basinger and Green, LLP, adding language stating, in addition to the amounts to be paid under paragraph 3 and 4, Laffandre is subject to prior written approval from the city attorney, permitted to retain professionals to review evidence, and if requested, provide reports and potentially serve as expert witnesses. City shall reimburse the firm for this expense.
Is there a second?
Second.
Would you have a second, please vote? Motion carries 7-0. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, please call the roll. You guys are a little slow on those seconds for adjourning.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill. Uyghur. Williams. Warren.